Hello, Pete.
Yes, good morning.
Good morning. How about Vegas? Can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you fine.
Okay.
Loud and clear.
Where are they at? Okay. Oh, all right. All right. For the record, the State Board of Agriculture meeting has begun. We are recording. The date is March 4th, 2014, and the time is 9:06 a.m. Good morning, everybody, and welcome to our meeting this morning. The first thing we'll start doing before we get going is please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. Charlie, since you're the last one here, would you lead us?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, thank you, Pete, for turning that mic on so we can hear you. Okay, we'll go ahead and start introducing ourselves. Start here at the Reno. We'll start off with the staff and board member here. Alan, would you lead us?
Sure. Alan Perazo from Churchill County, representing dairy.
Charlie Frey from Churchill County, representing crops.
Brian Nakaguchi, Las Vegas Pesticides.
Paul No, Las Vegas, Clark County Nursery Industry.
Jim Snyder, Lyon County Row Crops.
Tim Defarina, Humboldt County Livestock.
Ramona Morrison, Nye County General Livestock.
Wes Bretling, Humboldt County Livestock.
Dennis Belcourt, Deputy Attorney General.
Paul Anderson, Washoe County, representing petroleum.
David Stix Jr., representing livestock from Lyon County.
Jim Barbie, Director.
Gina Breslow, Administrative Assistant.
Oh, Dale Hanson, Fiscal Administrator.
Amber Smeyer, Ag Literacy Coordinator.
Oh, hang on. Who's got their mic on? Thank you, Pete. Go ahead.
Tatiana Vukovic, Information and Education Officer.
Jeff Sudich, International Marketing Coordinator.
Clint Wright, Animal Industry Administrator.
Donna Barton, Food and Nutrition Administrator.
Dave Jones, Consumer Equitability Administrator.
Jay Ludlow, Front Back.
Sean McFall, IT Tech.
All right. Go ahead, Pete. Introduce yourself. Tell us where you're from.
Pete Paris, Elko County Sheep Representative.
Las Vegas.
Damon Hernandez, Southern Area
From Elko
Administrator.
County.
Go ahead.
Robert Levitt.
All right. Looks like we have everybody introduced, and for the record, let this be known that this is our roll call. We do have a quorum to start today's meeting, so we'll go ahead and get started. The first thing we have to do this morning is oath of office. It's item C, and we have, wow, we have a whole slew of them going. Ramona Morrison, Jim Snyder, Alan Perazo, Brian Nakaguchi, and Pete Paris all have to be sworn in this morning. So, now what's normally Dennis takes care of those duties?
Yes.
Okay. If we can have those folks we named off stand up, please, and Dennis, it's all yours.
Yes, please raise your own hand and repeat after me. I.
Your right hand, Pete, please raise it.
I state your name.
Ramona Morrison.
Do solemnly swear or affirm that I will support, protect, and defend the Constitution and government
That I will support,
protect, and defend the Constitution and government
of the United States
of the United States
and the Constitution and government of the State of Nevada
and the Constitution and government of the State of Nevada
against all enemies,
against all enemies,
whether domestic or foreign, and that I will bear true faith, allegiance and loyalty to the same,
allegiance and loyalty to the same,
any ordinance, resolution, or law
any ordinance, resolution, or law
of any state notwithstanding,
of any state notwithstanding,
and that I will well and faithfully perform
and that I will well and faithfully perform
all the duties of the office of
all the duties of the office of
Member Board of Agriculture
Member
Board of Agriculture
for the state of Nevada,
for the state of Nevada,
on which I am about to enter.
on which I am about to enter.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Under the pains and penalties of perjury.
Under the pains and penalties of perjury.
All right.
Congratulations.
Yeah. Thank you, Dan. Congratulations, all of you. Good to have you here. All right, item 2 is public comment. This is for folks to talk to the board about an item that's not on the agenda. Does anybody have any public comment? Okay, hearing none, we'll move on to the minutes. These will be the approval of the December 5, 2013 board minutes from our Vegas meeting. Does anybody have any changes or any issues with the minutes as they were presented to you? I will entertain a motion to approve the minutes.
So moved.
Second.
Motion was moved. Mr. Snyder made the motion. The second was Mr. Spratling. Any more discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. Any abstentions? Motion carries unanimous. 4 is the director's report. Mr. Barbie.
Yes, sir. If you guys take a look at your packet, hopefully online, this will be one of the things that I'll update you on as well. We, about a year ago, we had fiber optics connected to the building, and thought that that was gonna make everything swell and grand and life would be perfect forever. And what we soon realized is that our access to the SilverNet portal was greater than the access that Carson City's SilverNet portal could take. So it's really super that we got all this expansion, but basically it does us no good, because that's why you still got a slow web connection, especially once we're doing a conference call, because it's carried on that same line. And all of our connection has to be through the secure SilverNet connection back to Carson City and back and forth. Supposedly they've got a bid in right now, or a contract underway right now, that's supposed to expand them to whatever 1,000 means, which would basically be equal to our access level. And right now they only have about a quarter or a third of that that's a capacity. So you can see how difficult it can make it on this deal, because we're trying to get up where we're paperless in terms of running these things. But then on top of that, as we start our budget building process, it's going to be a huge issue, because all of those connections by our staff that starts building the budget is through that SilverNet link and through for building in NEBS, or the Nevada Executive Budget Program, as it were. And so we're hoping that they're going to get that fixed very, very soon, but we're kind of limited, and it's not unique to us. I know that NDOW is having the same issues, because we've talked back and forth with them trying to figure out another solution or a workaround, and so far, because of the state rules and how they are, there really isn't much choice until they get that done.
Well, my rider just made it back from Carson.
Perfect.
So
you just pinged and came back.
That was the best. The Pony Express is alive and well.
Good to know.
Department of Agriculture.
And we're trying these computers out. These came from other agencies that had surplused them, and then we brought them in and put new software on them and trying to get them up and working. But actually, I think if they're moving slow and doing those things, it's actually the internet connection. It's probably not the computer, because I think it's pretty much the only use they get. So with that, you can take a look at my activities report, and that kind of gives you an idea of some of the different meetings and things that I've been engaged in over the long haul. And so if you see some items there that you're curious about or you have questions about, once I go through some of the highlight overview of some of our initiatives and stuff, then I'll come back and answer any of those questions that you might have. So one of the things that we're doing is, it is budget season that we're getting started up into, and we're trying to figure out what initiatives we're going to be looking at moving forward. And I can give you some high elevation information right now, but nothing's This is basically when we're evaluating some of these initiatives, if they were worthwhile, beneficial, so on and so forth. One of the first ones, though, is kind of an update. As you're aware, the Las Vegas facility is maxed out in terms of space, and I think several of you went down and toured down there in December. Specifically, some of the lab space. There's two large issues we have on the lab side. One with the chemistry lab, it's so small that literally only one person can be there at a time. I'm surprised we haven't had more difficulties with OSHA and that kind of stuff because of how small it is, and you're dealing with fuels. It's vented, it has all those safety features, but it's just small. The other part that's difficult with that is that's obviously our largest urban area. That's where our largest number of inspections are, and we've got the smallest laboratory with one chemist. So that's one issue, and then secondly, we're trying to get the metrology laboratory up and running to the level that NIST requires. So in doing that, we were looking at the Metro building, which was located directly next to the theater building that we had our meeting in, and we didn't tour that building because at that point, we were kind of under the impression that it wasn't going to fly. But we had pushed back pretty hard with Public Works, and they went through and reevaluated things and then called us in 2 weeks ago. And basically, where before there was 2,000 square feet available in that building, they reshaped how their office were going to be coordinated and such, and now there's about 9,000 square feet that would be available in that facility. Secondly, the proposal is that the property and commodity foods warehouse could actually be built in the back of that property and attached to it at the same time. And of course, the commodities is one of our programs that we partner with the purchasing office for excess state material storage. It was actually the commodity guys that moved that around in the trucks.
Where's that going? Where's that commodity go, those foods go to?
So those commodity foods go to a variety, and you'll get actually an update from Donnell here on the food and nutrition side. But they may be dispersing food to food banks, they may be dispersing foods directly to tribes. It depends on which program. It may be dispersing food to school lunch programs, cafeterias and such. So anyway, now it looks like that facility is going to work. So we've got Mike Geisinger, our facilities manager, who's going to fly down and meet with the architect on, I think, next week. And basically, it will give us the capacity to put 6 offices in the front side of the office space area so that we could have offices for the administrators that are actually supervising staff. And then it would have cubicle area for 29 to 30 staff that they would be able to open up in there. It would be very similar in terms of size, shape, look, feel to what we have in this building. We're trying to be very consistent in what the space would be like for staff there versus what it is here. It would also give us a conference room down there. It would also then give us a large boardroom down there. And I've got some of the plans, and when we get into lunch, you can kind of poke through those if you're interested. But it would give us the capacity where we could host a meeting down there for our Board of Ag that was actually in the facilities and in the building. Then on the other side of the building, there's a large storage or garage area. Part of that will be shop space for buildings and grounds, but the remainder of that we would be able to take over and be able to expand our petroleum laboratory, put together a NIST certified laboratory where we could do more measurement standard stuff at a higher consistency under the NIST rules. We would be able to have a small foods safety laboratory, small entomology laboratory, and then our chemist's office out there as well. And then that would also give us, because it's a high ceiling beam and all that kind of stuff, where we could actually back the weights trucks, the large trucks that carry the 16,000 pounds, into the facility and have a rail hoist that would go and pick the weights up and pull them off the truck itself directly and everything. So the setup of it's going to be quite a bit better. And then the entire back side of that facility, which goes probably close to our back fence line where it exists now, it would be in that general area because there's kind of a drainage that runs back there. we would be able to build out into that space for the warehouse back there, and then that back would all be completely fenced and secured so that we could have the vehicles locked up in there, but then also the semis and everything would be able to pull in, go to the warehouse dock, and then be able to pull out, but be secured in there on the dock at night and locked up as well. Where right now that space is being utilized at 3 Square Food Bank, and we're kind of in a short-term partnership with them, and we're trying to find a short-term lease space that can get us over to this space. So DMV is opening a new DMV office there on Sahara. That's the main target that's pushing all this, because buildings and grounds, where their current building is where the new DMV building will go. So they have to move buildings and grounds before they can start the new DMV building. So basically they're targeting a January 1 of 2016 to be able to move into the new facility. So it would go through this session. The legislature, if they chose to fund this project, would then make the funding available July 1, and then from July 1 to January 1, 6 months, they would have to basically remodel and retrofit the existing building so that staff could move over January 1 of 2016. And then they would be able to level the buildings and grounds and start on the DMV facility. So kind of a convoluted story, but it looks like that's going to be a positive and is going to be a go as it stands today. And I've got some of the plans I can show you when we get into break time, kind of what that's going to look like if you want to peruse through that. But that would be a shared facility with buildings and grounds and public works, and because we would be in a shared facility with them, it wouldn't be like our current building where we own it and we basically do the contracts for power and all that stuff separately. We'll go into a lease situation where it'll be 95-ish cents a square foot for office space, and so much for storage, so much for lab space, and we would then pay that each month as a lease fee, which would cover our electricity. All the inclusive costs of the facilities are included in that. So it's a little different structure than we have with our current facilities.
So the current facility would be vacated entirely by Department of Ag?
And they have a master plan for that whole block except for the very front corner, which is owned by the Navy, which is the Seabees or something like that, is all state owned. And so basically they've got a master plan that would create 2 or 3 more other elevated state buildings there so that they could bring, like, business and industry spread out all over the state, or all over Vegas, Department of Education spread out all over Las Vegas, so on and so forth, where they could consolidate into just a block that is state facilities with state staff, trying to reduce overall costs and overall outside contract leases. Eventually, they're hoping that the Navy will actually vacate that section and they would be able to pick that up through a bid process and have one complete state block. But I think they have another state building they're looking at dropping on that block, and then they have 2 new beyond the new DMV and beyond, because they'll level the old DMV. The new DMV and the Metro building and the Dieter building, they would have 2 other possible buildings proposed in the future on that block, which one of them would sit where the current Department of Ag sits, that old building. So like I say, I can give you some of the details on that as we have some time at lunch. We're still looking at consolidation of food manufacturing and the produce inspection program through the Food Modernization Act and the FDA. So we're still trying to decipher, what that's going to look like if it comes to us, because it's not as simple as saying, well, this is what it is for State Health, and this is what it would look like at Department of Ag, because they currently have rules that are being set that we haven't seen the final draft on for both of those programs being released. But so far, that seems to make quite a bit of sense. So basically, anywhere there's a food manufacturing facilities, the Department of Ag would have the inspection authorities, would kind of consolidate what the Dairy Commission staff and cross-train, and so that we would have more folks doing that. And then additionally on the produce inspection, it would be ag staff that were going out and inspecting those farm facilities where produce is being produced and sold either wholesale or direct to the public, versus having someone that has no ag background from FDA or from county health to go out and do that. We'll be going through each one of the divisions and evaluating a need, staffing needs, if there's a need for increasing the current staff that we have. Some of the things that we're looking on the administrative side is a public information officer 1 to go with our current public information officer 2 because of the amount of volume of work that we're doing on some of the promotion activities, which we'll be showing you later on once Bob Conrad joins us. We're talking about a possible need of a global information system specialist, a GIS person that does all the mapping and stuff. We see that that could be beneficial not only on our invasive weeds, but being able to identify relative to food and nutrition maps that identify producers, identify trucking and route loads, and where we're able to market fresh produce, for example. Just as a couple of examples, there's several. We're also looking at a possible need for a range specialist and a wildlife biologist that directly connects to the issues and things that we're dealing with on the sage grouse issue to start with. But as you're aware, that's a sagebrush ecosystem, so after sage grouse, there's going to be something else, and there's going to be something else. We think that those positions can be very helpful in working with, for example, Mark's programs on wildlife services, shaping what we're trying to accomplish on the agriculture side of industry, and being able to speak the same language as is being spoken in some of the other agencies. Again, still evaluating the possible. And by that I mean we've got to identify funding to support staff positions, and we haven't done that yet. Other things that we're looking at, there's currently new rules coming out relative to veterinarians and writing prescriptions for pharmaceuticals for ag producers in the state. And Boyd knows more about this, I'm sure, than I do. But they're basically, anything from feed additives to, it's becoming a larger volume of stuff they're going to propose has to go through the veterinarians that you won't be able to buy as producers at Cow Ranch or wherever it may be. You'll have to go through your veterinarian. As well with that, then they're talking about feed manufacturing and changing the rules on feed manufacturing, and then we would become the inspection agency on those feed inspection pieces. And looking at this, which is very complicated, we're thinking that maybe we start with just trying to get animal pharmaceutical registration and a manufactured feed registration. But even on the manufactured feed registration, we currently don't know if the rule is going to come out where it's, Purina mills and a plant that they have where they're producing certain feeds that they're selling retail, or if it's going to be so all-inclusive that it includes Davy Sticks working with a private feed company to develop his own ration he's only feeding at his place, and that feed will fall under this rule. So we're still waiting for the rules to come out on that, but to start with, it would be simply a product registration, kind of like the pesticide registration program that we have. Any pesticides that are sold in the state, they have to be registered at the state, and you have traceability, so on and so forth. So that's what we're looking at as a first cut. But again, we haven't gotten very deep, and so as these things come up, we communicate individually with each of you in terms of concerns, thoughts, whatever you might be able to provide me with information on.
Jim, most of the stuff I've been in contact with has been in regard to antibiotics going into feeds. Are you registering beyond that? Say you have mineral mixes that are custom for individual ranches being brought in that had no antibiotics in them. Is it still going to
Right, two different. So there's where the antibiotics falls in, and that would be the pharmaceutical side, plus all the other regular veterinary medicines that would be utilized in the state. That's a twofold in that the new rules that are coming out on the vets, but then also looking at that as a possibility for funding laboratory equipment in the vet lab here, which would be similar to the models that we've seen in Oregon and several of our other surrounding states that deal with relative to livestock testing, not to zoonotic or public health testing, but a way to do that that gets us off the general fund on that area. And then separate to that is all feed manufacturing new rules coming out through FDA. So the feed deal is actually overlapping and getting hit twice. But along with the produce, the FSMA produce safety, produce inspection safety, and the food manufacturing, they've also come out with feed manufacturing rules. And it's super, super, super complicated. We've read through as much of it as we can understand currently, and of course the rule isn't finalized. We're looking at proposed rules. But basically, what we see is the only thing that we could possibly do in the beginning is to start with a registration program and then eventually develop the inspection programs that they're going to require down the road. But we would probably be late in that startup because we'd need the feed registration portion to develop the account, to develop enough funding to develop whatever the inspection program requirements are going to be.
So you see that as being a registration of facilities that produce feed, or the nutritionists are out there formulating?
We're still waiting to see what they're going to decipher it as. We've heard from here to here.
What's the ultimate goal that they're trying to do at the end of the day?
Control.
I mean, there has to be.
You're looking at a state flunky. You got to ask a Fed flunky. But I think that you know, it's all under the highlight of food safety. But this FSMA is. I mean, I can look. Donnell joined me in Washington D.C. and Flint joined me in the Carolinas when they've been presenting on our national meetings. I mean, it's very extensive and very. It's extensive and vague all at the same time. And so we're waiting to see exactly what's going to come out on it. But what we're hearing from other states and what NASDA has basically said, you know, we can either watch it happen to us or we can get involved and try to be the intermediary where we don't have folks from FDA coming out from DC, which they've already had in the Carolinas, to do on-farm inspections. And, you know, they're showing up in white gloves and white jackets and
SWAT.
Yeah, it's no bueno.
Well, the only thing that I would see that needs to be, that the Department of Ag needs to be aware of is if let's take for instance antibiotics in the feed. You know, somewhere the Department of Ag is going to have to back the industry and be able to point out the necessity of putting certain antibiotics in the feed. I mean, we deal with the intestinal problem that's called coccidiosis, and the best way to take care of it at the beginning is give the feed. Once you wait till you have to doctor the animal, you're almost too late after they contract it. So in our case, we have two different kinds of liquid feed supplement, and one is medicated.
Well, and it's not so much to debate if it's needed or if it's not needed. It's basically how they're going to regulate it if you choose to do it. Under these rules that are under these laws that have already passed that they're now developing the rules for. And we've had them push back the FSMA rule portion already 90 days, something like that.
You're still going to be able to do those things, but you're going to have a script from your veterinarian. It's going to be for therapeutic reasons only. The sole goal in that is to get rid of the production value of feeding antibiotics and feed. If you need it for specific purposes and your vet signs off on it, you're still going to be able to do that same thing. But there is an element of paperwork and regulation that you're going to have to go through to get all that done. So.
My grandkids go to college.
You're gonna have a much closer relationship with your veterinarian the moral of the story.
It keeps getting worse and worse, well, I shouldn't say worse, that relationship.
I don't want to dominate it, but we went through it piece by piece, and it's really something for a whole nother meeting, to tell you the truth. But the guys I really think that are going to be affected by it are dairy and poultry and pork. The beef industry, for the most part, will feel some effects. So a lot of those poultry operations, they start feeding antibiotics day one and don't stop until the chicken goes to harvest, or turkey. And so those days are over. I mean,
that point you just brought out is a very important point that the public needs to realize about it. The beef primarily, and then the dairy industry seems to take the blunt of what kind of bad things are put in cattle, but it gets highly offensive when somebody tells you that we just want to make sure you're not putting something into the cattle that you don't need to. And it's kind of an insult to our business sense that we'd be paying for something going into the feed that we don't need to, and that just makes your cost of gain higher. It just and then the thought that something ugly could come out of the other end, that this is a bad thing. We've been fighting this antibiotic thing for years, that I guess we're just supposed to sit back and let them die a horrible death, and not treat them.
I completely agree with you, Davey. I really do. I mean, as far as the beef end of things, for most part, producers I know, I mean, yes, there's some need for crumbles and whatnot, especially with calves that are at risk. You get out of a sale barn, or things like that. Those things, you're still going to be able to do it, but you're going to need the veterinarian signature on it. So, it is what it is. It's just they're going to raise the cost of your production. I mean, that's all there is.
So by the next Board of Ag meeting, those rules should be finalized, I'm assuming. So we'll try to have each one of those individual rules set up as a briefing at the next Board of Ag meeting on the food manufacturing, the produce safety, the feed manufacturing, and then the veterinary script requirements on
The thing is, there's so much duplication involved here because, I'm with the federal, with the FDA, and boards for dangerous drugs, and then through the State Board of Pharmacy.
Right.
So there's already a registration, state registration there.
Well, this is the first time the FDA has dove into the deep end of the pool on direct farm inspection as well. I mean, this is FSMA that passed, was it 2 years ago, 3 years ago, 2 years ago, expanded the authorities big time. There's no doubt. So that's where, from our standpoint and from the NASDA standpoint, we're trying to be the ones in the middle, because FDA's never really had their own in-state inspections. It's always been done in cooperation or with a cooperative agreement with the states locally. And then they've had to fund it, which is what they're proposing in this as a fee program. Our side of it, we're looking at it going, well, it'll be better for us to be involved there than just a regular health inspector that has no agriculture background or understanding or compassion. And we're afraid that if it does go that direction, then you'll have something like what happened down at Las Vegas a year ago, 2 years ago, before the session, where they came in on a farm to fork event and dumped all the food and made this big hoopla, which I know the Las Vegas folks are real familiar with. It was quite a press stinker.
Yes,
Ramona Morrison, for the record. I have a general comment to make about federal versus state authority, and it's what we found so much with the land management agencies, is quite often they assert authority, do it officially, and so obviously, because they're speaking it, we must believe it. But particularly in the area of police power, when you go back and look at the original law for whatever it is that they're purporting, quite often, all police power, as a general rule, and this is according to the separation of powers in the U.S. government, is always reserved to the states. And so it doesn't matter whether it's Forest Service, whether it's BLM, or whether it's food inspectors from the USDA, quite often they have no police power. And I think we as a state agency need to perhaps get legal counsel on that issue, but I think we need to be prepared to deal with it. Because if we as a state agency allow and fail to protect our producers from a SWAT team invasion of their farm, then we have some culpability and liability in it. And I think this is coming from all different agencies, and I think that we as an agency maybe better sit down and review this issue and become familiar with it, because we are going to get confronted with it. If we allow, as a state agency, and the sheriff allows, as the highest law enforcement officer in a county, some raid on somebody's property, we've got liability as well. But I think just as a general means of protecting our producers, I think we need to become familiar with the subject.
Correct, agreed. So, like I say, as those final rules come out, we'll bring those informational items to you at the, I'm assuming the June meeting.
Okay, you'll have the list of the medicines and stuff too?
Yes.
It's gonna be regulated?
We do.
Yeah.
Did you say you do, or you?
Yeah, we do.
Oh, you already have that?
Yeah, we do. We actually, it's actually public knowledge. I mean, you can pick it up on FDA's website if you want. If you would like a copy of those, we can provide it for the next board meeting, no problem.
So does that include coccidiostatin?
Yes. It includes some very common things like penicillin. So, not all penicillins, but some penicillins.
Go ahead, Ramon.
Let me finish that line of thinking so I don't leave it half clear thought. Because I know it involves touchy legal matters. But one of the things that happens in any kind of enforcement action, these guys have to have one probable cause and two, some sort of court order if they're going to come in and confiscate something. And it's the same principle that we have for the brand inspections. So whichever agency it is, one has to produce. FBI has some police power, DEA has some police power granted by Congress, but by and large, no other agency has a whole lot of police power, or none at all in the case of these agencies. And so we need to probably follow the same principles as we follow with the brand inspections. Unfortunately, because we had some confusion out of the AG's office on the issue, we had to spell out due process of law in the brand law. But frankly, the due process provisions are in the Constitution and in the state Constitution. We should not have to spell it out in the law. It's already there. But nonetheless, I think the same principle applies.
And I think just in general, that's why we're looking and engaging in these issues as and want to be the agency representing that regulatory control so that we can set the policies of how and what versus Clark County Health doing.
I agree, and in fact, but my caution is, I think we have to be, as an agency, very familiar with their laws that they're enforcing, because sometimes they're not enforcing.
Absolutely.
They're not enforcing things they have the authority to enforce. And as an agency, I think we need to be on top of it, whatever it is. If they have the authority, that's one thing. But quite often they come in here and waive the supremacy clause and forget the second half of the supremacy clause of the U.S. Constitution and tell us that their law trumps our law. And quite often that isn't the case.
And so that's where the next one will be providing you, hopefully, with the rules, and we can give you the whole FSMA as it breaks out into the different areas. But it's very, it expands our authorities greatly from what it was. Then the next thing is a couple of quick updates that I'll run through, and this will get quicker now. Web inspections or the brand inspection online system, we've made great gains in that. We actually have it out in the, I won't say in the field, but we have it out with a couple of inspectors that are going through their old brand inspection book and entering them in and trying to find out what those issues are. We thought that was probably a better test than being out at Tim's place and going, well, I'm just trying this new thing out. And well, you got trucks sitting there and everything else. So we're trying to see what issues, and I'm sure there will be some issues that arise as we're checking it through some of these former or old brand inspection forms. At the same rate, we've gotten everything that we need through the treasurer's office to be able to collect credit card and do check transfer or whatever it's called, utilizing your check number. And so they're building the web-based front side of that, and as you will notice, we do take Visa and some others now, which has been a big ta-da, that we've been able to do that for about 2 months-ish.
Yeah.
Somewhere in there. But we're still working on the web part that'll be the out in the field inspection piece. And then as soon as we get that done, we'll start putting together a training system, and we'll do kind of a road show with inspectors and start getting them trained up and utilizing the new systems. But I'm hoping that we're going to be to that point by the end of March is where we're at. It's IT stuff, so every time I give you a date, I wind up giving you another date when I come back to meet with you. But all in all, we're moving pretty quick relative to the system, to the program, and we are close to finalizing the contract with Yule Education Systems, which is the outfit that's put it together. I did feel pretty positive about. We negotiated right around 3% of the total revenue as the annual fee for the program and for them maintaining it, housing the data, doing all that kind of stuff, which is, I think in the brands, it would represent maybe about $15,000 in costs. We'd seen in Utah, I think it was, they were in at $500,000 so far, and one they're trying to get developed. So we feel pretty good about what we're getting for the price that we put in. And all I can say about Yule Education Systems is they're fantastic to work with. They've really been responsive. So we're working on the Buy Nevada, and you're going to hear some of that, more of that detailed information after me, but I did want to make you aware. We can pass some of these down. This is the new proposed ag plate. We were supposed to be on the 14th going to the license plate commission. We don't have to, but DMV wanted to be, open, transparent, all that kind of good stuff. They canceled their March meeting, so that means it's like September is the next meeting in the fall. We really don't want to wait that long, so I'm hoping that we can get Troy Dillard and DMV to go ahead, and it's already gone through highway patrol inspection, all that stuff, but to allow us to go ahead and go into production with the new license plate. We believe that we can increase the circulation of plates for about 1,400 plates, which is roughly about $15,000 a year in promotional funds, and then $15,000 for FFA. We'd be able to get to, we could get up to 4,000, 5,000 plates. That'd be just tickle pink, and that put us at $70,000, $90,000 a year in promotional funds that we could use for funding PSAs and things like that. And you'll see when Bob presents his stuff, the videos and stuff that we're putting together that are pretty cool.
The county's on Oakville's emblem.
Not on this one, no. Because you wouldn't be able to see it, it's so small.
Right.
So we've got a couple of different versions of the Buy Nevada logo, some with county, some without, some that are more colors than others. Some are just a black and white, very small sticker that you can almost do like an inspection or add to a product label. But Bob will give you more of that detail once he gets in here. The other piece is we went last week, 2 weeks ago, on business tours in the northwestern part of the state. basically down to Urington up through Reno. It was tied to the Buy Nevada program. Jeff will talk a little bit in detail on the ag marketing side of that, but that was very positive. A lot of good relations with several different businesses, everything from food processing to supply services for agriculture to direct agriculture production outfits that we took a look at. We're going to try to do that in the Northeast and then also in the South over the next several months. Since our last board meeting in Las Vegas, right before Christmas, all of our servers crashed, and we had a very painful 2 to 3 week time period where we were trying to recover data. We were basically days away from setting up backups and doing the new system. We already had budgeted new servers and everything into the budget, but we're trying to get the new computers in place because that was the biggest need that we have for the new staff that had come on board. So basically, in some cases, in some of the programs, we lost everything from July 1 to the time of the crash, December 20th. What we've got now is the new servers are in place. We have them installed. They're up on regular backups now. And so everything is good moving forward. We have certain server need capacities that we have to maintain at the agency because of the age of the software that's being utilized, like Access. It won't transmit to the virtual servers down in Carson City effectively or accurately. It, I guess, jumbles up the data. So we have to have servers here to maintain some of those older databases. But the idea is as we move forward with Yule services and we start bringing those new systems in place, those will take the place of the data, and part of that fee is they'll maintain that we own the data, but they'll maintain the data and ensure that backups are done, yada, 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 so that we can have basically desktop help support here at the agency, and we don't have to have network engineers and programmers and all that kind of stuff. They do that. That's the service they'll provide for us. On our daily working files, we're getting those set up and organized for each one of our divisions, and that will be on virtual servers down in Carson City through the EATS program, the state's web services. Sage grouse has been in the press a bunch, and I can kind of answer any questions. We did have a dust up because of a letter that came out of NDOW a little over a month or so ago. I can say that there's been several meetings and things are moving forward, and the governor has reinforced that the sagebrush ecosystem is the voice for us on this issue, not the individual agencies. And so we have a meeting coming up in March that's going to be focused on wild horses and their issues relative to the sagebrush and to the range. With the drought, obviously that's becoming a much even greater issue than it already is. Then the next meeting, which will be April, I want to say 13th, 9th, 8th, something like that, is going to be focused on predator control, predator damage, some of the research that's been done and how that affects sage grouse. So that will be an April meeting, and we're getting things set up where Mark will be presenting at that meeting as well, and bringing forward some of the information that he has from his work for NDOW on the wildlife services side, and then obviously the work they do in protecting livestock at the same time. So those things are moving forward. We'll be talking about an ag report that Tatiana's been working hard on. We're probably 2 weeks out from that being finalized. We're hoping to have it finalized and do the big release today, but things always take a little more than we expected. Park Committee, the Predator Animal Rodent Committee that's in statute. We had a informational session yesterday where we had Mark Jensen present on what they do with wildlife services. We had Boyd Spratling and Pete Paris were involved and told us about some of the history as they understood it around the park committee. The park committee hasn't met in what we're guessing is at least 16 to 20 years, somewhere in there. We set our first official actual meeting date for
April 9th.
April 9th, which will be in conjunction the day after the Sagebrush Ecosystem meeting, to kind of go over some of those issues in greater detail. So that we will have a website page that's dedicated towards that committee, and we'll be putting agendas and such up on that. That committee is going to be under Sunset Commission review in April. I'm not sure I have the exact date on that, but we'll be presenting the history and the information we have on the park committee internally on that Sunset Committee at that time. Sunset Committee reviews those committees like they reviewed the Board of Ag last time, and then they make recommendations. I think they recommended like 8 boards would be eliminated, but all they are is a recommendation. They don't have any legislative authority, and then somebody has to pick that up and turn it into a motion to make it happen.
Jim?
Yes, sir.
You feel that, because of the situation with the Sunset, on committees or on boards, that, to be honest, NDOT doesn't really relish having Department of Agriculture involved with their footer plans. Do you think there could be a push to sunset that committee? Because of that?
I don't know that because of that, because they would also have to change other laws under 502, because we have greater access than just the committee. Anything's possible, and there's a lot of opinion across the board on agriculture's involvement with predator management. But I don't think it would be that easy to accomplish it, but it definitely can be proposed. I mean, anything's possible, but I don't think the committee really doesn't get like extra bills to come out and make proposals, and each one of those would be big enough that they recommend to be closed, that it would have to be its own set aside significant bill. So I don't see it coming through that realm, but it could come from outside somewhere else, or from a legislator that is that thinks along those lines. There's no doubt. Then the Bundy BLM seizure case, I did get in which I got notified you guys when we got notice, and I think I may have emailed this out, but I'm not sure. This is the 2 court orders around that case, one that was October 9th, and the other that was July 9th of 13. Just for informational items, we know that it's probably going to happen this spring at some point, but we haven't got a definite date yet. We're expecting to be informed sometime fairly soon. We have reinforced with BLM that our role in that will be simply to do inspections. We will have a post-certified enforcement officer there, but they won't be engaged or involved in the action itself. They will simply, we want somebody there that's armed for their protection, but all they're going to be doing is doing the inspections as per the court order and required by law. There will be a possibility of some stray livestock of different sorts, I'm guessing, and what they're picking up there. And so where we do have a stray that we can identify as Bundy livestock, or they can't make a legal claim on because they don't have enough proof or whatever, if that arises, then those will be pinned somewhere nearby and be advertised as a stray, and then if not claimed, be sent to sale, and then those funds will go to the stray account. But we haven't got to a point where we've got all the details worked out on that yet, exactly, because we're kind of waiting on the date. And then lastly, some of you may or may not have heard, about 6 weeks ago, Ed Foster had a significant severe brain hemorrhage and was flown out of Reno immediately to UC Davis and spent about 3 weeks in UC Davis, went under about, I don't know, it was like 15, 18 hours of surgery. And it's amazing what modern medicine can do, because he's currently at the rehab facility just down the road, and he's going to be released from the rehab facility next Monday. And several staff have been over to visit him, including myself, and it's amazing. It is absolutely amazing. A guy that probably shouldn't have survived, but even on top of that, should have some significant issues. Walking, talking, full of it as usual. Just really, really, really amazing, really blessed guy, and very lucky. And his family has obviously been with him the whole time, and been on a life-changing event for him, I'm sure. I can't imagine, thank God. But he looks like he should be on his way to 100% recovery. And 20 years ago, boy, that wouldn't have been the case. Maybe 10 years ago, that wouldn't have been the case. So just a really positive update story that we have for those of you that were aware and those of you that weren't. So we're hoping for his quick recovery and speedy return to the agency, but he's very much on a positive trajectory to be doing well. With that, that's the end of my report.
You have to get away from not talking about drones.
Oh, drones. Yes. So the drone, and that was one of the meetings that we had, was
we've been worried
looking
about
at
feds.
we were looking at some grants to utilize drones under agriculture purposes and uses. The example would be, and we brought in, actually, and I think that was the last meeting Ed was in the day before he had his incident. So we're trying to see if there are funds available out there or funds internally that we can utilize. An example would be, we currently buy a pickup a year under the Mormon Cricket project. What would be the capacity of identifying a drone that is obviously cheaper than a pickup, that we can use camera technology, and would we be able to track like movement, that kind of stuff? We're trying to look at the technology to see what's there. If we can utilize it in that method for inspection, and also looking at hay field inspection, things like that, where if Robert's going to go out and do a hay field inspection, they could do a aerial view of the field, figure out where it looks like they've got problems, and go directly to that area of the field versus walking the entire field, and then do things quicker, more effectively, more efficiently. And then also have the opportunity to train livestock producers in the use of drones and how they can utilize them in their own operations. Whether it's getting up, and these are some of the examples we came up with Flint, is getting a vehicle that's up in the air that you're able to send a couple of miles away to check a water source without having to drive all the way out into the ground where that water source is, but be able to get a visual on it. Same with being able to find livestock that are in canyons, missing, things like that. We're just looking at all different areas where we might be able to use that technology, and then be able to provide training to producers in doing that. And one of the guys that we actually met with is a former mechanical engineer out of Purdue and out of OIT. And one of the last things he was doing at OIT was taking a low-cost, like $200, $300 model drone, or model planes, basically, hobby planes, and then converting them and putting the technology in them necessary to use for home use for agriculture purposes. So we're basically talking about looking at seeing what grants would be available out there to do some things like that. We haven't committed to applying for any grants or doing anything this year, just because we have so much stuff going. We kind of missed the deadlines and on those exploratory grants, so we may look at it down the road or next year.
I think any kind of regulatory, I fly a lot about that elevation right there. And that's a concern to a lot of aviation.
We actually have a drone We did buy a drone.
Well, you'd mentioned that.
Right.
That's where I'm getting
Which-
at.
Which is a video platform that we're using on the promotional side. And so I think it'll go up to a ceiling of 350 or 400 feet, something like that. And it's a 4-blade chopper. As a private individual for funsies, you can buy them and throw them up in the air and outside of certain areas, like for example here at the agency where there's been a landing flight pattern, so you wouldn't be able to do it here. But there's some, you go to the park here in Reno and you'd be able to utilize it. And as a state agency, we've got to register it through FAA, and so we started the paperwork to get it registered through FAA. For our purposes, what we're trying to do is look at, in the short term, is that platform something that works pretty good for field inspections, being able to get up and get elevation and see if there's any issues that you need to go look at specific parts. And then specifically why we bought it is to use for the Buy Nevada program and the promotional videos that we shoot for the Platinum members. So for example, one of our Platinum members is Perry & Sons, so we want to get the registration on it done so that this spring and then this summer and then this fall and harvest, we're able to go out there and shoot video and then put together, you know, a 3-minute video that's promoting Perry & Sons business that then we put on the website and on the YouTube piece, and then they link to and they're able to utilize to do whatever commercials or advertisements they're trying to do, as one example of where we would use it on the video side. So, but we'll have Bob bring it in and show it to you. It's a pretty amazing little deal. It's computer smart, so I think it runs an hour or has the capacity to go an hour, so it lifts off. They drive it around, whatever, fly it around, I guess, and then when the battery gets too low, it has an automatic set system and a GPS locator where it goes back to where it took off from and lands itself automatically, so it's kind of stupid proof, so you can't destroy it, because it's not cheap. It was $1,000.
Any questions for the director?
Question on before we get fully engaged in the drone program, especially for inspection purposes. It's the same concern that a lot of people in agriculture have been worried about, and that is no notice inspections. They just sneak up on you and start peeking in your backyard.
Right.
It would seem
That's
we
not
would
what
need
this
to.
is.
I know. It would seem like we would need to spell that out pretty carefully, or else the industry will be, I think, concerned.
Right.
It'll let us.
Well, and one of the things, though, that we're trying to do also in this is that technology's there and it's coming.
Yeah.
We want to get the producers exposed to it, and how do I say this politically correct way? To give you the tools to utilize that technology to your benefit as well.
Well, this is an amusing anecdote, but one of our biggest problems in our court case was the fact that the government employees were opening gates and then sending us trespass notices almost within hours of leaving the gates open and cattle going through it, which came out in depositions and court records. And I was thinking, wouldn't that be handy to have a drone just to follow your bureaucrats around and make sure they're behaving? But anyway.
You're picking up what I'm laying down.
They're following the laws, no problem. But if they're not, it could be kind of handy.
Well, speaking of the drone, since it seems to be his baby, Mr. Conrad's up.
We're gonna have to delay him. He's not here yet. He had a conflict. So skip him, and then when he comes in, we'll put him back up.
All right then, no problem. We'll go to 4C. It's an ag report by Tatiana Vuko. Is it Chet or Ket? Chet. Vukovic.
Yes.
Okay. You're up, Tatiana.
Good morning, everybody.
And why don't you go up to the microphone, yeah. We'll put you under spotlight.
Wow. Over here?
Yeah.
Good morning, everybody. I will be really short and brief and present you the draft of agriculture report. We titled it Economic Contribution of Nevada Agriculture. Like I said, it's still a draft. It's not a big report. We try to keep it as short as possible, but put the most important things in there. What we try to capture in this report basically is importance of agriculture for Nevada economy through direct and indirect effect. Direct effect would be the value of agriculture production, everything that goes into agriculture as a capital inputs into agriculture. We try to show what's the cash receipts from marketing and selling agriculture products, and then what revenue state collects from agriculture production. And then the second part is indirect effect, that is actually analysis of value chain and all these industries that are related and tied to agriculture, like food processing and manufacturing, distribution, wholesale trade, and then retail, as well as food industry when it comes to restaurants and food and beverages services. So that's in short what all of the report is all about. And we were trying to assign the dollar value to all that because it seems like definitely people understand when you put the dollar signs to everything that is done. So that's pretty much it, and we are trying to finish report and have a final version probably by 14th of this month. So, any questions?
Can you hold that brochure up again, Tatiana? Okay, I can see from here there's sheep on the top.
And the cows and some melons.
Okay, so there are cattle in there.
And plenty of them.
And melons, no.
Will this be a hard copy of a booklet that will be sent out, or will this be online?
We'll have some that we'll run and we'll send out. We'll give all of you guys a copy. And like go to the governor's office and some of the stakeholder groups, but it'll largely be online for access. And the idea is that we're gonna, this is basically taking what was done last year by Northern Nevada Economic Development Authority and then putting that process here at the Department of Agriculture. So this is the start, and we'll be expanding on this. Some of the things also that we'll be looking for is some guidance and leadership on y'all's end relative to things that you think are important that we find out about, or that we research, or that we do a study on. We did bring Marty Owens with USDA NASS into the building, so he's officed here. And Tatiana, and I really want to commend her on the job that she's done. She came in, what was your start date?
Somewhere in November.
So in November, in that short amount of time, she's basically gone through and done all this research and got this completely put together at this point. So she's been hustling for sure. But now that we're going to be past this one, we're going to start looking at then next January when the next ag report will come out, and what we can do in terms of surveying with Marty to find out specific other interested information. So if Paul has some stuff he's trying to figure out on horticulture in the state, or if Boyd wants to know something about veterinary medicine as a whole, and we need to survey an industry sector or a group, we have the capacity to do that now. And so it really changes the dynamics of the material that we're going to be able to put together and put out there. Now, with that said, we're not going to be able to do what everybody wants in that first year probably, so you're going to have to bear with us, and we'll try to put some priorities behind things. But I think working with NASS, combining efforts, we're going to be able to do a lot more than we've been doing in recent times.
Okay, everybody hold on just a second. Go ahead, Charlie.
Sorry. I guess we know who's buying lunch today.
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah.
I apologize.
Chairman's choice too, where lunch is.
It's a new phone.
Any other questions for Tatiana?
Found the off switch yet.
Thank you, Tatiana.
Thank you.
Just out of curiosity, I know that's not ready for public, but show me the type of breed of cattle that we have.
Belton Galloway.
Well, I was going to say, okay, all right. I didn't want them to be Dutch belt or something.
I do think
ornamental breeds, we call them.
I do think it's noteworthy that as it comes out, you'll be able to look through there, and we're trying to represent all commodities, because I know Alan, you can appreciate that Lynn has already voiced his concern that there's not a dairy cow on the front. So
Yeah, but they have their own.
I hear you, but we're
PR program.
we're trying to address all the groups. So, you know, we're gonna have a shiny child eating a good nutritious meal in there as well, so bear with us. The pictures seem to be the biggest issue, unfortunately.
And that white jug sitting in the shelf in the refrigerator section never gets beat up as much as that red stuff wrapped in clear cellophane. So I got no feelings for the day. Okay, international marketing update. Jeff Sudich.
By the way, you can see by some of our staff, we have gotten our uniforms in and have put folks in uniforms now.
Wow.
Yeah. They see us coming, and we even got our vehicles marked, and so we're not rolling unmarked with E-plates.
Good. Well, you got two here with them, so.
All right, to give a global trade and economic development update. 3 weeks ago, we went to the World Ag Expo in Tulare, California. There we had a booth and we talked with companies to try to convince them if they're going to expand to come to Nevada, or if they're interested or upset with the regulations in California to move their operations to Nevada. We had 2 or 3 pretty large dairies express interest in expanding to Nevada. We gave those contacts over to DFA, and then we had about 5 or 8 other business entities that mentioned they wanted to expand and will contact us when they get to that point to look at Nevada as an option. Also there, a gentleman in Angola approached me, and he wants to work with Nevada agriculture to talk about foreign direct investment and new market opportunities between Nevada ag companies and Angola. They also want to work with universities to help train some of their farmers on new, I guess, up-to-date techniques on agriculture. And they're going to be having a trade mission in May 2014, and they're going to continue to try to do these with the states, and their government will help provide a lot of the funds for those trade missions for our industry to be able to attend and go on those. 2 weeks ago, we did an industry tour with FFA. It was in conjunction with National FFA Week. We had FFA students come and job shadow the whole week and went to multiple sites in northwest Nevada. And we talked with the companies to learn their best business practices, to find out if there's any state regulations that might be inhibiting growth, and to learn about those so we can address those during the next legislative cycle. Those tours went really well, and we're going to be doing more for Northeast Nevada and then also for Southern Nevada in the future. On the international side, with the Western United States Agricultural Trade Association, our activities that we're participating with this year are Food Ingredients China in Shanghai, Food Ingredients Outbound Trade Mission to Beijing, those are in March, VitaFoods Trade Show in Geneva in May, Food Ingredients Asia in Jakarta, and a Food Ingredients Outbound Trade Mission to the Philippines. Working with the Governor's Office of Economic Development on governor-led trade missions. There's one to Toronto and Montreal in April. They're going to head up to Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities in China. That'll be either June or August. And then GOED is also going to a tentatively planned non-governor-led trade missions to Israel and Turkey. That's probably going to be October or November. These trade missions previously were most industry sectors not including agriculture. Now they're including agriculture, so we're going to try to have a presence on all these trade missions to help represent the industry. We had an Israeli delegation come to visit our site and do a tour. They are interested in doing research and development projects with agriculture, so they want to work with us and then also with the university to, in the future, to help develop different types of agriculture activities between the two, between the state and the Israeli nation. And we had a Europe delegation come in to chat about the TTIP agreement. That's the Transatlantic Trade and Investment Partnership, and that's a trade agreement between the European Union and the U.S. that should go into place within the next year or two to help ease up trade regulations with GMO and a lot of those other issues so that we can have our opinions in place and make it more friendly between our two nations, since we both have higher regulations than a lot of other countries, to make it so at least we're on the same ground, so we're not inhibiting growth between our two areas. And while we were talking, I got an email from the Governor's Office of Economic Development about the Uzbekistan ambassador coming to Las Vegas on Friday. They're interested in talking about agriculture and want to provide incentives for U.S. food processing and packaging companies to exhibit at events in Uzbekistan. So we learn more about that, a little bit of that. And that's it.
Any questions for Jeff? Yes, Charlie.
Charlie Gray for the record. First of all, I'd like to thank Jeff for what he's doing, because I think this is really important for our state's economy and try to increase Nevada's production and promote, of course, agriculture. But what I would like to ask, if maybe for Jim, if we could have Jeff get in touch with the Nevada University of Nevada Cooperative Extension, we're going through a kind of a growing stage. The university is actually putting more emphasis on the classroom, where University of Nevada Cooperative Extension is actually an arm to connect the growers after they technically graduate from the University of Nevada and are in the field. And my big concern, and what I've done with the grapes and creating a winery and a distillery, is I've relied heavily on the University of Nevada Cooperative Extension in getting information to try to help me get educated. The only reason I'm bringing this up is that many more farmers need this. What you're doing is really important, because they need to be able to gather information to determine if they need to develop a new crop that maybe will grow with less water, which is really important, like we have. And we've done that with TEF. But what my concern, I sit on the board for the University of Nevada Cooperative Extension, and they're putting all their money and resources towards the educational side, which is okay, and we need that. But I'd like to see Jeff get involved with maybe the University of Nevada Cooperative Extension and see if we can get them to put more emphasis on the field, because what we're doing is kind of all related, both by the Cooperative Extension and the University of Nevada. So that would just be a suggestion, and maybe.
No, it's a great suggestion, and actually, Mark Walker and I are doing lunch about every 2 to 3 weeks, and trying to think of ways that we can cross-link programs that are beneficial both sides. And one of the things that they're working on is creating a website that's a clearinghouse for drought news and information that will then bring people to the Cooperative Extension website at the same time and try to help them reestablish themselves and get up and going, which I think is some of what you're referencing as well. And then on the other side, some of the outreach programs that we're going to do with Jeff's program, and basically this group that's reporting to this 4-person team, which will address research, education, ag business, trade, and then promotion, is we're proposing, and we've got to see if we can get the buy-in, but to have a governor's office agriculture business conference in Nevada, where there's a small business conference that's done through Business and Industry, which is the governor's conference for small business. We're trying to do more of an agriculture flavored conference yearly that's focused on trade, exports, promotion, business, the business side of agriculture, versus you're not going to go there and learn what's the best way or to do a new variety of drought resistant grapes, but you're going to go there to say, how can I do a better job of promoting my business? What are some programs that exist that I can connect with to start looking at trade as an opportunity for my business that I've never done, that before? Or how to market a product as a local product to gain the value-added financial benefits of that. It's just examples.
Yeah, I guess my biggest concern is, since I'm a CPA, farmers have very little return on their total capital investment. It's a huge investment. But we, as a state agencies, need to help them. And I've been away from the university I graduated 43 years ago. And I'm still going back to them, asking them, and seeking advice. And I think that's so important to be able to gather that information, to determine maybe what to grow, and then go to Jeff and figure out how to market it.
Right.
But if we grow the farm vertically, and and have them process more of the products that they produce, our state's economy grows. And I think that's what our nation needs to do, and not only our state, but our nation. But we need to start looking at that and really putting a lot of emphasis on it. And President Johnson, I don't have any problem with him, because he's looking at the university and trying to fill those classrooms and trying to take as many funds as he can. But we somehow have to figure out how to get funding, to get information, and help out to the growers. That's my main concern.
Well, when we see I can say nothing but agree to it. We're on board with that. This isn't in any way what we're trying to do here to circumvent or replace any of the extension activities. We're trying to focus on basically the icing on the cake, the promotional, taking it to the next, level. But we don't have that research material. We don't have that research capacity. We don't want that research capacity. So when I'm talking about Tatiana and research, I'm talking about surveys and that kind of stuff, not scientific research on methods of agriculture production that we're looking at. That's all at the university, as it should be at the university. And then this group will work with them to hopefully disseminate those examples that are good models or good options for agriculture producers to look at that they may have not looked at before, like TEF. So I think we're saying the same thing.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Thank you.
Jeff, one of the things that I would bring up to you that we need to be very careful of is the kind of foreign markets that we deal with. One in particular is the Chinese market. I received a phone call a few weeks ago from somebody from the state economic development, and it seems now that the Chinese are making a big run towards alfalfa. And what concerns me is when you get into a market with a foreign country that manipulates the dollar. And I'm speaking of words of a guy by the name of Donald Trump, who I think nobody listens to in this area. If you don't like him in this one area, he's dead on. And that is, if you get into a market like that, and a lot of our hay starts going overseas to a regime that manipulates the dollar, all it hurts is people like Alan and his family, and hurts the agriculture industry, because we can't blame those hay guys. They're going to go where they can market their hay the highest. And right now we're getting very heavy strong in those types of regimes. And we need to be very careful of that. It needs to be fair, is how it needs to be done. It needs to be fair. And I think Donald was trying to tell that, is our trades need to be very fair. And that concerns me. This one Chinese individual, the amount of land that he's looking to tie up in Nevada is extraordinary, to the point where there may not be a source of alfalfa for the local dairymen. So we need to be careful of that. I don't know. Yeah, and I'm telling you, the beef industry has benefited more from the export of beef out of this country than anybody. So we need to be cognizant of that when we start promoting these markets.
And I would just to expand on what you have said, we always have to be concerned about the world's economy, because we're competing in the world. But, 50 years ago, we're basically competing with the United States economy and sell within the United States, now we have to really be concerned about monetizing the debt, and the Washington DC is monetizing the debt, and to put that thing really simply is the way they monetize the debt is they just print more money. They owe, let's say, China a bunch of money. So they print more, they put it out. Well, what it does, monetizing the debt robs everybody. It robs all of our retirement, because it basically increases the cost of bread and everything else, because now you have more money circulating around and the prices go up. So we may eventually, maybe in my lifetime, see like a world order, which I'm really scared of, but there may be an economic world dollar that we can trade, but well, I think it's going to actually help Alan, this what the milk plant's doing. Is that what you're referring to? No, I don't hear well. So
well, to comment on that, one of the biggest exports that we have in the state is hay, and so obviously that's something that we talk about and we deal with through the USADA program, because for the state of Nevada, that's one of the largest sectors, right, of trade that's exporting. But with that being said, I think one of the points and the focus of what we're trying to do is trying to diversify the products that we're exporting. Because right now we're at about $116 million yearly in exports, and that's going up between 5% and 8% each year. So that's good for our economy, because that's new cash that's coming in. But there's no doubt that on the hay side, there is a tremendous amount of pressure, and I want to, it's 15,000 acres, roughly, I think is what he's looking to try to gain. And that's going through the Northern Nevada, or NNDA, Northern Nevada Development Authority. Those kind of activities are kind of outside of our control. I mean, we can't, that's beyond our power, I guess, to say, we don't want you to come buy land here, you know what I'm saying. That's outside the scope of what Jeff and what we're trying to do on this program. What we're trying to do is identify things that haven't been focused on trade. Some of the powder milk, because that's going to be a new product, and like the DFA already has it pretty well designated, and I believe it's going to China largely, or at least to the Asian areas. We're trying to identify like that, new products that would be entered in that would then increase our total exports and generate more money that's coming to the state. So we're continuing to look for diversity there, but there's no doubt that Hayes is going to see more and more pressure, especially in the state of Nevada, where we have limited private ownership resources. And then you got somebody looking for that kind of purchase.
Boyd? I'm going to ask something that's not quite as lofty as the last discussion. But, with your position and what you're doing, you've given us a grocery list of what, of your opportunities and trade missions and this and that. Can you give us maybe just one example of where it has paid, what response we're getting and what payoff we're getting from what you're doing?
So before I was here, I was at the Governor's Office of Economic Development doing the same thing, but in general with all industry sectors. So from there, over the last 10 years of working with USADA, ag exports increased by something like 830%. from working with that. So we can measure that through WUSADA, the Western United States Agricultural Trade Association. They gather a lot of the data from our companies that attend these trade shows and go on these trade missions and find out what the return is. And in 2012, just for the companies in the region, it was about a 20% increase for companies that participated in the branded program, which helps subsidize up to $300,000 a year of their international marketing expenses. Those companies have about a 20% return.
And to give you an idea of some of the activities that Jeff's been working on too, when he came into this position just about a year ago, or a little bit over a year ago, all the WUSADA stuff had already been negotiated and was set, so we're just now starting to get where Jeff's influence on the program is starting to expand. Traditionally, WUSADA was focused on things that we wouldn't necessarily consider agriculture, which is great and which is fine, but we're trying to put more focus on the agriculture. And so, for example, in some of the visits that we did 2 weeks ago, we have potential new WUSADA partners. And so you understand how WUSADA does these things. We can identify a product, and there's a show in Asia that's focused on buyers or importers that want that specific product. Through that federal, which is a USDA market access program, MAP program, basically they can make the connections between our producers and the importers in that foreign country, cover half the cost of the producer to go meet with them at this show so that it is more affordable. So we're kind of doing what Charlie was talking about, giving a producer an opportunity to go do a meeting that they normally wouldn't get to because of the sheer cost alone wouldn't make it worthwhile. And so that's kind of where we're starting to now actually engage in things that have been made by connections with Jeff. And without sharing too much detail, because it's kind of mum's the word right now, but next week, Jeff and myself and a representative from Nevada Energy, I can tell General County, are driving from basically Sacramento to LA over a 4-day period, meeting with food processing organization, food processors, large food processors, to talk to them about the opportunities for them to relocate their headquarters and their businesses here in Nevada. And that's something that the Department of Ag's, I don't think, ever been engaged in. And it's a significant trip with significant connections, and Nevada Energy's helping us fund it, and their economic sectors connected to it. And so it's exciting. So hopefully we'll be able to, by the time we get back, we'll be able to give you more information on that one example at our next board meeting. But it's cool stuff.
Okay, thank you, Jeff. 4E, Introduction of Agriculture Literacy. Amber Smyer.
Before we get too far into Amber's presentation, I asked Amber to talk to you today a little bit about her background in history, but this is Amber's second day on the job. She drove in on a U-Haul Sunday from Indianapolis, Indiana, and we finally got our full 4 team members, that leadership core thing under the director, put in place. And Amber has come to us from the National FFA organization. And then before that, Idaho, but I won't say too much because I'm going to let her tell her story. Sorry, but we're very excited to have her on board and want to welcome her.
Yes, well, it's a pleasure to be with you. I'm excited to be on board here, even if it is only day 2. As you said, I grew up in southern Idaho on a potato and sugar beet farm. And then I have a bachelor's in agriculture education and a master's in public affairs, nonprofit management. So that took me to Indianapolis to work for National FFA. I've been there for 10 years. And so I'm really excited to be, back here in the West, especially since we've had this cold winter through the Midwest. It reaffirmed my decision to move to Nevada. So I'm excited. I'll be over the youth education programming and working with the team here to promote Nevada agriculture and how we can educate the public. So in terms of upcoming events, state convention for FFA is in 2 weeks. So hopefully you've all been invited to participate in some capacity. We are having a special event for sponsors and supporters on that Friday. I think that's the 18th or 19th. Does anyone?
Yeah, whatever that
Friday is. So we invite you to attend if you have not already received that invitation. It'll be at like 7 o'clock. We'll watch part of the student session, and then we'll go down the road for some socializing and fellowship. So hope to see you all at convention and get to know you as we start working together, but excited to be on board.
Thank you. Okay, number 5, under administration, A is an update to the board. Mr. Dale Hanson.
All right. We've been pretty busy, as Jim alluded to. We had our servers crash, and so that cut out some of our work for us. And I was one of those beneficiaries that lost all their data, so we've been rebuilding a lot of our stuff as well. Part of that required us to redo our cost allocation, and so this basically took over 32 work programs or budget adjustments to fully fund getting some new computer equipment, as well as we realized that there were some things missing out of our budget. So we were able to fully fund this board meeting with this cost allocation move, provide in-state travel for some of our new employees, and also to, one thing that wasn't captured was that we were going to have to take over the maintenance of this building. So, we didn't capture that in this meeting, and we didn't
Anderson, put your phone in the silent mode. Sorry about that.
We didn't capture the maintenance in our budget, so we had to include that as well. And then we had some increased operating costs, and then with the server crashing, we had to pay out some money for data recovery. Of course, we're getting some new equipment to help us become a little more up to date with the rest of the state. As well as that, some of the other budget moves that we've had to do lately is that we were requested by the legislature to move our specialty crop grant from a non-executive budget account into a legislative budget account. So it now exists in our budget account 4552, and that's on page 12 in your expenditure report. You want to go look at that. This will help reduce us having to go each year in front of the legislature to get this approved in a public meeting. And so that now this will go through a public meeting process as every other budget goes through the legislative process. So that helps us cut down on some of our work. Also in that budget account, we condensed some of the categories. We had a category for pretty much every grant that we had, and this was requiring us to do a lot of work programs, a lot of budget adjustments, and this also annoys the budget office and the LCB staff, so we were able to actually condense some of our budget, our categories in that account. Another big issue was that we found some of the food commodity budget that we inherited had some major flaws in it, and one of those things was that it was they overstated the revenues by $300,000, so we had to make an adjustment for that. And so we've taken care of that. That'll actually, it was overstated for the biennium, so we'll have to do another budget adjustment in FY15 for that as well. And then we also had to add $1.9 million to our food processing category and food commodity budget. And this is mainly due to I always say it wrong, the Healthy Hungry Kids Act, and the variety of school lunches that schools now have to, I guess the nutrition requirements that they have to meet now under that act. So that was another budget adjustment that we did. Other than that, we've also had several audits going on. So we just completed one mini financial audit from the Department of Administration's internal audit group. We just got done, Danelle and I got done with a audit with DeForey Armstrong. That's the state single audit, and because we bring in more than $500,000, or we take in more than $500,000 in federal aid. We're subject to these audits. So we'll be writing up our response, and we'll be writing up corrective action plan to Fort Armstrong, and we'll present you guys a copy of that in our next meeting. And then we have an ongoing audit with the department. It's a more of a programmatic audit from the Department of Administration's internal audit team. And they're basically focusing on our head tax and branding process right now. And so they've actually been in contact probably more with Flint than they have with me in our Elkville office. But they've been busy requesting information and keep on requesting information and so forth. So that's kept us busy on that side. Most of our work this year has been, apart from learning the agriculture program, is that we've had to, as of October 1st of 2013, we officially, in the USDA's eyes, took over fiscal responsibility for the child nutrition program and the food commodity program. So it's been a big learning curve for our staff because we didn't really inherit any fiscal staff in that move, and so we've had to learn a lot, and we've also found quite a few errors where on 3 different occasions we've had to pay back the feds when we have closed actually out the fiscal federal year 2013. So this has consumed my staff because once the feds find that you've made mistakes or you have mistakes in your data, they keep asking for more data and more reports. And so this has been very time consuming for us to take care of that. And then lastly, on the policy and procedure side, we're currently working on a uniform policy. Now that everyone has uniforms, people have questions about when and where to wear them. So we're going to fix that. Cell phone policy, then we'll have travel policy going on. And then other things we're doing, we're expanding our use of our fleet management system so that all of our vehicles we'll be able to track the mileage, we'll be able to cost allocate costs, we'll be able to see where people are, we'll be able to, we have issues with people out in the field, in remote areas, we'll be able to take care of those a little bit better than we have in the past. And then, as Jim alluded to, we've been in a massive upgrade to all our computers here. And so we had computers budgeted in our regular budget, and then we had this opportunity basically to replace any computer that was running the old XP operating system. And when we surveyed our computers here, that was most of our computers. So we're undergoing big change in that. So we're going through our last phase of replacing those computers. And then tomorrow, as it was alluded to, tomorrow starts the FY16-17 budget process officially for the state. We've already kind of kicked it off here, and we've given out each administrator a budget workbook to put in any new programming or any budget increases or any new positions that they have in that for the FY16-17 budget. So that is basically what we've been up to so far. So if you have any questions, let me know. Yes, Paul, no?
Yes, on the expenditures, the 4552, are the items that have the zeros across the categories that have been eliminated? Or
Yeah, they were consolidated.
They were consolidated.
Yeah, we zeroed out those categories, and then they're basically right now they're grouped by the grant type. So we have USDA Food and Nutrition Services, we have USDA APHIS grants, and we have USDA, I can't remember the other one, type grants. So we have 3 different grants.
Yeah, I noticed a lot of these are surveys, and like the plant pathology survey, the import of fire ants. So those are just all consolidated.
Yeah, they didn't go away. It's just that the spending on those is so, it can be up 1 year, it can be down 1 year, and then we're making adjustments all the time with the budget office, and it was requiring more work than really was worth having to do. Charlie?
I have one question. You know our projected revenues for 14 are about $44.7 million under the.
Yes, yes.
And how is that done?
Well, part of this is that we've taken on the child nutrition program, and the revenues from that program, which are mostly grant-based, are based on us providing meal counts to the feds. And problem with that is there's always a lag time between when the schools get their count, and then when they report, they have 60 days to report it to us. And then once we get it reported to us, then we actually make the draw from the feds. And so part of that you see, actually most of it, has to do with the child nutrition program. And there's just always this 60-day lag in reporting from the school districts.
So it's achievable.
It is, yes, it'll be very achievable.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any more questions? Yes.
I just was trying to find it, I saw U.S. Forest Service grazing, what is that? Grazing workshops?
Oh, I'll let.
Sure. The Noxious Weed program got a small amount of money, I think the total amount, somewhere around $24,000 from our Forest Service state and private forestry sponsors, which are out of Ogden, Utah for a regional program. And so we hosted one grazing workshop last year in Douglas County that was catered to strategic grazing for noxious weed control. And then we supported another grazing workshop that Extension put on in Elko County, Kent McAdoo, last year. And then we also produced a video about wilderness invasion and the weed-free program, which we now have. It's on the web, and we have meetings of.
Yes.
Jim, I just wanted to take the opportunity to publicly commend Dale. He's had quite a climbing curve since he arrived. I think we have now, out of the 17 administrative staff positions, including myself, 3 of us that were here before July 1 or around that time period. And so Dale's had to bring in a lot of new staff, hire a lot of new staff, train those staff, get everything up and running, and at the same time deal with the grants as they were being transferred from the other agencies. And it's just been a real, he's been busy. And so I just wanted to take the opportunity to thank him for the hard work. It's paying off, and we're definitely moving in a positive direction. And he's getting a lot of systems and accountability things set up for us, so that we're just going to keep looking better and better and having more positive experiences with the legislative budget systems. So it's been really good.
Great. Okay, if there's no more questions for Dale, thank you, Dale. All right, we'll go ahead and take a quick break, and we'll be right back with Plant Industry. Don, you're up next. So we'll go off a few moments.
Back on record at the Board of Agriculture meeting, and we'll go ahead and go right to Bob Conrad, who is joining us. So Bob, we'll back up to your report. B, Marketing and Communications.
Mr. Chairman, if I
Yes,
could make
yes.
2 comments before we get started.
Yes, sir.
One is, I really like the electronic version of the packet, and
Okay.
I think it's working really well. The second thing is, if we could get all the attachments put into that, would be great. I mean, like Don's, we'll be thumbing through the packet itself, trying to find it since it's not an attachment on here. Other than that, I just want to say, great job.
Good point. And I yesterday I had some phone calls to make to the administrative assistant, and if everybody grabs this, Paul makes a good point. If you grab this, that's a lot of
work.
A lot of work. I don't mind that there are a lot of trees, because I think that's the great thing about what we do with the tree once it's cut down. But it's just a lot of work for our staff. So if we can get to the point where we can review this online at home, be prepared, save our 8 cartridges and paper, then when we get here, we get online, we can look at it without thumbing. So hopefully, I think that's the goal, if we can get there. But I agree. Thank you. All right, Bob. And by the way, drones, we've heard plenty about drones, and who's watching over our backs, Bob, so.
Maybe it's set up where they can shoot it or play a video.
We're gonna load up a video, so give us just a brief moment.
The material that I was passing around is some of the material that Jesse and Bob put together relative to the Buying It Out program. The actual specific hard cards that you see here are things that are shared at different shows that we may go to, whether that's a fair, a food show, Tulare Farms, wherever it may be, as part of the Buying It Out program at a premium level or platinum level. These are produced for those businesses and given to those businesses so they can share themselves, and then we try to cross-share that material at the same time, just so you know what I put out, and then Bob will give you all it's his creation, all the goodies on it.
And the vice chairman and I have each a card. I got the one with the fig bars, and he got the one with the booze on it. So we're gonna be dunking our fig bars into some brandy, 7 Trog bourbon.
Or the recession-proof moonshine.
I took a bottle of that home a couple of weeks ago, so I noticed it's pretty much gone.
Well, you don't need to reveal where you've been for the last couple of hours, Bob, but that's okay.
Thank you for having me today, and sorry I'm late. I just have 3 items I'd like to go over. Kind of want to update you on some of the public records requests the department has received in the past 2-3 months, and kind of review some of the news media coverage that we've been receiving, good and bad. And then, as Jim mentioned, an update on the Buy Nevada program. So, just briefly, we still get a lot of requests, public records requests. We do, as a government agency, we have to offer up our public information. Typically, what we get is the form of, we'd like everything in the kitchen sink, where in reality, they really want a little, knife or fork. So we try to help educate people requesting public records on, it can save them time and money as well as us, our time, if they can kind of narrow their request to be more specific. Raw dairy seems to be kind of the ongoing hot button issue. I expect we'll be hearing quite a bit about that in the next legislative session. So there's a lot of interest in raw milk, is people being able to buy it on a consumer level. So for some reason that keeps popping up for us. As far as news media coverage, we're still dealing, of course, with the Virginia Range Horse issue in regards to public safety. We had a couple gathers recently that, for some reason, seemed to get a lot more attention than, I don't know how many we've had in the last 6-8 months, but I'm guessing about half dozen or so. And the 2 recent ones were the ones that seemed to get a lot of public attention. And I'm guessing that's because it was in a particular neighborhood, people were fond of the horses in South Reno. And then the other one, we had kind of corralled some horses in Washoe Valley that were basically cut free. Someone had illegally cut the fence and re-released the horses right near 395. So we did send out a press release kind of saying that that is a crime and we will be investigating, and it kind of put the public at risk and the safety of the horses at risk. So it continues to be a hot button issue. Our stance has been pretty consistent as long as I've been here starting July 1. It's a public safety issue. If we get wind of horses in neighborhoods and roadways, we have to be concerned for the potential risk that involves. So we kind of keep stressing that message as much as possible, and explaining that's why we do gather in those rare instances. It's not something we enjoy doing, but it is what it is. So. Lastly, the Buy Nevada program, we launched it officially January 2nd, and it came out just after the new year. A lot of really positive press coverage about the program, and we've kind of we have exceeded our benchmarks pretty significantly in terms of we have a lot more members than we had anticipated in these first 2 months, and a lot more in membership dues than we anticipated. Our goal, we were kind of hoping for by the end of 2014 to have anywhere between $5 and $10 grand in membership dollars that we could then turn back and help promote the program and the Nevada ag producers. And we're already about just over $4,000 in memberships that we've built out. So we're really, really happy about that. And the feedback from most people is that they appreciate the diversity of businesses that can be members of the Buy Nevada program. Basically, anything related to the food and ag sector in the state of Nevada, whether you're a producer, a grower, a retailer, a restaurant, a distributor, a processor, and we even have supporting organizations that are signing up, University of Nevada Cooperative Extension. We have a sponsor that's a concrete company that's signed on to the program, and so we're absolutely tickled with the response. The next push that we're really trying to go after with Buy Nevada is to emphasize the business-to-business aspect of it. We'd really like to, as much as we can, connect growers and producers and ranchers, farmers, with actual retailers as much as possible, or restaurants. So we're really going to try to emphasize that. And I'll give you an example. A couple weeks ago, we visited the Great Basin Food Co-op, and we are, I believe right now, they're in the process of putting on in their store actual shelf tags with the Buy Nevada logo so that we can identify people who have signed up as members into the program, and this is actually where you can go buy their products. So I think the moonshine might be in there, or they want to include it. Some of the Mr. Frey's wine, I picked up a couple of those when I was there. Those are also gone. So that's kind of our next challenge, and getting the message out. So we've been very busy with that program. We would like to show you a video just briefly about Seven Troughs Distillery. Let's see if I can pull this up. We do have a YouTube channel where we put all of our information, some of our trainings, and even notes. We had an unfortunate, one of our staff has been hospitalized, so he had a birthday, and we created a little birthday video. And then we're doing some of these promotional things for the Buy Nevada program. So this is just one
Yay. We are the first distillery in Washoe County, and we make bourbon whiskey in Sparks. We make a unaged bourbon whiskey called Recession-Proof Moonshine, and it is made with grain that comes from Winnemucca Farms. So we get corn and wheat from Winnemucca Farms, and we use malted barley, local malted barley, when we can get our hands on it. And we make a double distilled bourbon, and about 2/3 of that bourbon goes into bottles that we sell as Recession-Proof Moonshine, and 1/3 of that bourbon goes into barrels for aging into Seven Troughs bourbon whiskey. Our concept for Seven Troughs Distillery, our distilling company, is to make whiskey the way it was made in the 1850s, 1840s, pioneer-style whiskey. So to that end, we're a true farm-to-bottle distillery. We bring in grain on trucks from Winnemucca Farms. We grind it here in the distillery, we mash it, and we ferment it in open wooden fermenters. We double distill it and make it to bourbon standards. So we use over 50% corn in our grain bill. Every bit of alcohol that we make here is made on site with our Nevada grains. We're in about 35 different locations in northern Nevada, but we have a grocery stores, so the Scolari's chain. We're in Ben's Fine Wine and Spirits, and then you can find us in pretty much any bar in Midtown Reno.
That's all that I have. Are there any questions?
You had questions on, I think, on distance that the drone can be operated before you lose signal with it on a Wi-Fi? Ish.
It's estimated at approximately 300 feet.
So it's pretty close by parameters. Then the other thing I just want to draw your attention to that Bob and Jesse had put together in the latest edition of Edible Reno Tahoe, you'll notice that the center portion of that production, if you've got that one, that's the old one. Okay. It has the Grow Nevada Grown in the center. The Buy Nevada has taken over that advertisement piece, and so in the winter, correct me if I'm wrong,
Bob, you tell them, you know.
Sure, so we approached Edible Reno Tahoe. We thought it was a good media match for the Buy Nevada program. We approached them, said can we run a similar ad to what you have with Nevada Grown to kind of sit side by side to represent the diversity of the ag businesses in the state of Nevada, and they happily agreed. The first issue, which Jim just showed you, is kind of our trial run of the two-spread ad. It's discounted advertising for Nevada Grown members, so they can get into the magazine for a lot cheaper than they would on their own. And we are now in the process of working with Edible Reno Tahoe to expand that ad to be 4 pages. They want to have one page strictly focused on farming and ranching operations in Nevada, another one, what was it? Farming, ranching, I believe.
Was it processing?
Yeah, and then processors, and then a 2-page spread for restaurants and retailers. So we're really thrilled with that. They do need some leads. If you happen to have anyone that might want to buy a cheap ad in Edible Reno Tahoe, they have great distribution. Exact audience we want to be hitting as far as the urban food folks, and we're pretty tickled. So.
And what are the membership tiers on the program?
Membership tiers range from absolutely free up to $1,000. So the more you buy into the program, the more benefits you get. Seven Troughs came in at a platinum level, so we went and did a video for them. That's one of the higher tier levels, and kind of gives you more exposures. It gives those co-branded cards that Jim passed out for our top tier members, and a few other goodies. We're going to be doing some marketing trainings for Buy Nevada members. Top tier members will get into those trainings for free. The members who are in at the lower levels will get discounts, or they'll pay full price if they're a free member or bronze level member. We have Elko on?
Yeah.
Any questions from Elko?
No, we're good.
Any questions for Bob? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Good job. Thanks, Bob.
All right.
Okay. Don, is that you?
It's me if you want it to be.
Hey, come on up. Don Rafferty, Administrator, Plant Industry. You just tell me when you're ready for the items that need action, and I'll read them into the record when you get to them, okay?
Good morning. This is a unique opportunity to look over my own shoulder. So you've got the division update in your board packet, and I'll just hit some of the highlights, but if you have any questions on anything that was in there, go ahead and let me know. Environmental Services Program, you might have seen, has done a lot of activities, a lot of presentations done on both worker protection standards and ground surface water protection program is in full swing. Of note, they did collect over 14,000 pounds of waste pesticide as of July last year. And they've conducted 2 review meetings on fine assessments. The grants, other grants, Farm to School, Ashley Jefferson, who's here, has also been doing the GAP inspections, and so if there's any questions here, she is available to field those. But she's done 2 GAP audits performed and 3 field assessments, has given several trainings on this, one in Southern Nevada and one in Northern Nevada, correct? Which were well attended. And a lot of the GAP stuff that Ashley is doing is a little bit proactive on our part, I think, as we're not really sure yet what FDA rules are going to be put in place regarding FSMA, and so Ashley's kind of getting a head start on all of that. She also has the State and Federal Marketing Improvement Program, and there were some surveys done on the Hispanic community to try to determine what agriculture needs were needed by that segment of the society. PCO licensing and enforcement, I won't do too much on that because Robert Levitt will be up a little bit from now to talk about some reg changes, and you can talk to you about what they're doing down there. I would like to say that Robert's doing a great job. For those of you who might remember, he replaced Lee Lawrence, who retired after a lengthy term as the head of PCO. And so Robert took that position. He's down in Vegas now, and they are really doing a great job down there. They recently just completed their annual relicensing over 450 pest control companies. And I'll let Robert talk about the rest of that. Our expert certification, really, Perry's have really been going gangbusters, and I'm glad that we've got some extra inspectors that are working with them right now, because they've just, it's been, I think it's like, I can't even remember the percentage, at least like 50 or 60% over what we normally do with them. And Canada has changed their export onion requirements, and so we are actually in a pilot program with that, which will run between January of this year and October of next year. Noxious weeds, Robert and Jamie are both here. They're going to be talking in a few minutes, so I'll let them go over that. Nursery and plant pathology have been doing some work down in Vegas where they've identified it's a Phytophthora parasitica, which is a fan palm lethal bud disease, and Schwab believes that's the first time that this has been found in the United States. So he and Katie are working closely to investigate that down in Las Vegas. Rodent control, we actually this year, I think for the first time, almost immediately within creating our strychnine that we do every year, sold out of it. So we have ordered more, and Robert Little and a couple of other staff are about a week away, I think, from making more of that. There is definitely a huge request from producers, especially out in Diamond Valley, for that product. And we're glad to be able to provide it. Seed certification has been completed for the 2013. A little over 2,000 acres of alfalfa seed and a little over 1,000 acres of small grain were certified. 230 acres of seed potato met certification requirements, and we've really made a large input into seed, working closely with the cooperative of the Oregon State University to develop and implement our updated seed certification standards, and subsequently enter into the USDA agreement under the State National Harmonization Program for seed potatoes. So both Steve and Schwa have been working really hard with that. Our specialty crop grant recently put out their request for proposal, so they're working on that right now. Organic has completed 44 on-site inspections, 3 new pending applications right now, and it looks like we're going to have a little bit of an increase for applications on that program. And that's it for right now. Anybody have any questions on any of those?
Any questions for Dawn? Next.
Okay, moving on. We request board approval for use of alfalfa seed research and promotional account funds to fund the travel expenses for 2 of our Nevada alfalfa seed growers who attended the National Alfalfa Forage Alliance in Washington, D.C.
I move that we accept the move those funds to be used for the expenses.
Second. Motion's been made and seconded. Mr. No made the motion, seconded by Mr. Snyder. Any discussion on this motion? All of those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. Any abstentions? Motion carries unanimous. Item C.
Thank you. Item C, request board approval for payment of the 2014 National Alfalfa and Forage Alliance dues.
Ms. Morrison?
Ramona Morrison, for the record, I so move that we approve payment for the 2014 NAFA dues when assessed from the Alfalfa Seed Research and Promotion account.
Second.
Motion's been made. Mrs. Morrison made the motion. Mr. Anderson made the second. Any discussion? All those in favor of this motion signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries unanimous. Item D.
Thank you. Item D is adoption of the permanent NAC change to 587, which is to allow us to charge $25 per certificate for certificate of origin. We've already gone through this process previously, and the board accepted it, and that was a temporary regulation as it was during session. we had to repeat the process again so that we can make it final and permanent. So it's the same, nothing has changed.
Motion on the permanent change? Mrs. Morrison made the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mr. No. Any discussion? All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. Any abstentions? Motion carries unanimous.
Thank you. And I would just like to say one last thing is that I would like to commend all of my staff in Ed's absence. They have really been great in helping me out and hanging together as a team in light of his event.
Cool, thank you.
Thank you.
E? We have a presenter for E and F, Don?
Oh, I'm sorry. E is Robert Letta, and he's in Las Vegas.
Robert?
Yes, good morning. Can you all hear me?
Very loud and clear, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Don, for this opportunity, and thank you for the board and to the director for the opportunity to talk a little bit about the pest control program. I also have sitting next to me one of our staff, Scott Shishaulis, one of our agricultural inspectors, and we're here to talk a little bit about the pest control program. Let me give you a 2-second update on me since we've never really met. I've been here about 5 months. I came from the state of California, and before that, where I worked for 14 years, and before that I worked for the DuPont company in the pesticide industry for 20 years. But I'm native from here at Las Vegas, born and raised here in Las Vegas, and glad to be back in Nevada. Anyway, we're going to talk a little bit about the pest control regulations. That is the Nevada Administrative Code, Section 555, Custom Application of Pesticides. It hasn't been revised in about 8 years. That is, no major revisions for the last 8 years. And so Don asked us to go through it, and my staff and I have gone through it. We've discussed it with the Deputy Attorney General, and we've discussed it with the board member, Brian Nakaguchi, and we have some recommendations. And there's a draft, I believe, in your packet. It's the first draft of our recommendations, and we're continuing to work on those. Anyway, we're looking at this major revision of the regulations, partially to conform to new legal requirements, in particular SB 21 of 2013, partially to respond to industry requests. Over the last few years, they've requested various streamlining and clarity changes, partially to conform to current practice and for future vision, particularly in terms of electronic record keeping, and partially to cover increased costs. There's also a small fee increase in these proposed changes to the regulations for the restricted use pesticide certification program. But our request is not to go through right now all of the different possible recommendations that we have, but after talking with Brian, and I think we have his okay, our request is to go forward with workshops and hearing to discuss these possible changes with the industry and with the public, and then come back to the board at that time. Our draft schedule is to do 1 to 2 workshops in the next 4 weeks, probably here in Southern California, possibly also in Northern California, or by video conference, and then send the revisions to the LCB for review by early April, and hold the hearing by the first week in June, so we can get back to the board by late June or July. So with that, I'd like to know if there are any questions.
Are there any questions? What is so funny? I missed it.
He's going to hold his hearings in Northern and Southern California. Robert, you forgot what state you're in.
To clarify.
Oh, yeah. Hey! I was signing up for Grow Nevada.
Yes.
Hi, Nevada. Oh, sorry, Bob. Man, see what you started?
Nevada, take over California.
Wow.
We got it. It popped up right when you said.
Did you? All right. I get extra bonus points, I heard, for doing it on the Department of Ag computer. Oh, we're in trouble. Okay, so correction on the minutes, that's for Nevada, is where the hearings are going to be held.
Yes, Nevada, sorry.
That's all right. That's all right. I was going to excuse you earlier from where you were from.
Okay.
Any questions? Yes, Mr. Anderson.
Paul Anderson for the record. Just wanted to make sure I understand, looking at it, a lot of changes, and you were saying this is pretty much industry has requested these changes, or?
Industry has made suggestions over the years that we have incorporated as some of the changes. But again, some of the changes, or at least one major one, is to meet the legal requirements of SB 21 of 2013. And there's some streamlining things that we've built in to improve regulation, particularly in terms of what the director's future vision is. But a lot of them, or most of them, really are industry-driven, yes.
Thank you.
Charlie?
I think the motion would be, and I'd be willing to make it, to allow and give permission to go to workshops for the proposed changes, and then bring it back to the board for final approval.
Workshop and hearing.
And hearing.
Okay. Motion's been made by Mr. Frey. Mr. No made the second. Any discussion? All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. Any abstentions? Motion carries unanimous. Item F. Request permission to go to workshop and hearing for NAC changes 555010 to amend noxious weed list.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. For the record, Robert Little, noxious weed coordinator for the department. So I'm going to do the updates a little bit from our program. I'm also here with Jamie Greer, who is in our program as well. She is the grants and weed-free forage coordinator within the program of noxious weeds. So we, back in April and May of last year, we came to you for permission to go to workshop and hearing on the removal of mayweed chamomile from the state prohibited seed list. We had the hearing in December, and the final ruling from that was no changes will be made to the Nevada list on mayweed chamomile. We are also right now in the process of reviewing our regulations and codes for the upcoming 2015 legislative session. We see some changes that we'll probably be looking at that session. So there'll be more to come on that as we dive into the regulations and codes and look to see what needs to be changed there. It's been a while since we've actually looked at some of those. I apologize for the amount of material that didn't make it into the packet that kind of got handed out, that Gina handed out during the break. There was a mistake that was put out in the board packet on the NAC 555.0110 on section 1. The one that's in the board packet says on section 1, the following weeds, their cultivars and reproductive hybrids are designated as noxious weeds. That is actually incorrect. So the one that got handed out during the break does not have that verbiage in there. I sent the wrong one to Gina, so I apologize for that. What we're looking to do is actually just remove in our noxious weed list, so if you go down the list, number 21 says purple loosestrife, and it lists their species, and then it also lists and their cultivars. What we're looking to do is actually just remove and their cultivars off the list, and the reasoning for that is by listing and their cultivars by purple loosestrife, you would have to list and their cultivars for everything else in the list underneath each one. So by removing and their cultivars, and that essentially makes it to where all noxious weeds on the list and their cultivars are designated noxious weeds. Because we list, and we do it just like every other state does in the western states, we list it by a common name, and we also list it by a species name. And so when you list it by species name, that pretty much by default, is listing its cultivars as well. If it's a cultivar that is going by a different species name, then we would have to list that species name separately anyway. So by taking and their cultivars out, it opens it up to where we can actually regulate on all of the cultivars on everything on the noxious weed list. So I've been in discussion a little bit with Mr. No, how this may affect the nursery industry on some of the ornamentals that they trade on, and so this change is something that we were just looking to go to, in workshop and hearing to see if this would actually affect the nursery trade and help us get a little bit of a handle on some of the issues that we're having, especially with number 13 on the list. It's green fountain grass. Penstemon cetaceum, that was put on the noxious weed list a number of years ago, and their cultivars was never actually listed on the noxious weed list as it is here in purple loosestrife. So a number of cultivars have been traded in the nursery trade that escape ornamental, escape being just a regular landscape plant, and actually get into they redistribute throughout the community or get into open areas, disturbed areas, and stuff like that. Some of those cultivars do. So it's making it kind of a challenge to look at doing regulations, regulatory action on those. So that's why we're looking to go to a workshop and hearing on that. And then, so do I need, I have one other thing that I wanted to mention, unless you need to make a vote on going to workshop and hearing on that first.
Yeah.
So go, okay. So the other thing that I have is, and Mr. Snyder and Mr. Six would be probably a little bit abreast on this. We've had some issues, and well, not issues, but we've had a lot of requests to start, doing more abatements, or actually start doing abatements when it comes to noxious weeds and on the lands in Nevada. And we've been kind of tied up over the last number of years with the way that our regulations are written on how we can actually perform abatements. And we've been working with Lynn Hetrick and also Dennis Belcourt and also LCB on just kind of reviewing our regulations and why we've kind of had our hands tied on doing some abatements. Looking at all the regulations, it came down to basically the way that the regulations are written. We have to, although the Department of Agriculture has the authority to go on land and perform the abatement, we don't have the authority to actually place a lien if that abatement is, if we do actually go through the process of doing abatement and the landowner refuses to pay for that abatement, we don't actually have the authority to place a lien upon that property. And so that authority actually lies within the county. And so we've been trying to figure out how can we actually do abatements and work with the county on doing that. And so in the packet that was handed out during the break, there is there's two kind of documents in there, and they're in draft form right now. Like I said, we've been working with DAG, LCB, and also with Douglas County, because they've been, Douglas County, the majority of all of the requests have been coming through Douglas County on actually performing a lot of these abatements, on how we can actually work with them and do these abatements. And so we have a kind of a document that we drafted up. It's the Noxious Weed Cost Share Abatement Program, and as some of you may know, or all of you may know, we have a $100,000 fund to put towards abatements here in Nevada that the department has as a revolving fund. It collects interest. Since the inception of that $100,000 fund, which I think was in 2003, we have not ever used it since. Well, we did use it one time, but we used it, I guess, incorrectly when we went through our code. So we're trying to find a way to reuse that fund. And so we came up with a process of where we can actually use the fund to once we have a property owner that we know that is not complying with the laws and is not controlling their noxious weeds, we can go to the county, have the county perform the abatement. They can either use their county weed program or hire a licensed contractor to go do the abatement. The county will then pay, if it's a licensed contractor, pay the licensed contractor, or if it's their own county weed program, they don't have to pay anybody, but then bill the landowner. If the landowner then refuses to pay that bill, then we can use our cost share funds to actually front that money to the county. So, because it's kind of an unfunded mandate. If we started doing a number of abatements all in one county, and the county got tied up in placing a lien on a property, for 2 years, the county has to kind of eat those costs on that until they can recoup the costs off the sale of that property if it goes through a lien and sale process. So we can actually front that money out of our abatement fund now. We can front that money out of our abatement fund to then help the county out on wanting to go forward and produce and go through that abatement and lien process. So what you have here is just a kind of the procedures for the program, and then a template draft that we will be looking to for the counties to sign off on a per abatement basis when we go to do an abatement in a county. So Jamie and I are going to, and this is part of the update I was going to give you here, we're going to actually going to, in the next month and a half, we're going to be attending every county commission meeting a county commission meeting for every county here in the state to do kind of a noxious weed update, just an outreach and education on the issues that are that each county is facing with noxious weeds, and also talk to them a little bit about this program that we're hoping to enter in with them on this abatement process. So that's pretty much what I've got going for the noxious weed program as of now, and I'm totally open to questions.
Any questions? Mr. Spratling?
I understand this is going to a workshop, and these things will be hammered out and debated. But I fully understand. I mean, there's nobody who spends more money on weed control than I personally do on our outfit. But, and the frustration of someone across the fence isn't doing a thing. But then the property's right side of me says, hey, I don't think I go to a ranch in Elko County and pick out one of off this list that, I think my concern is the abuse of the program and enforcement. I mean, that nags at me, even though I fully feel the need for the weed control. The other side of this equation still nags at me. I had a tough time. And I know I think when Mr. Lesperance was director, they tried putting it through the legislature as a citation type situation, and
kind of cover how you get to that point.
But we need clarification that that's not what's going to workshop in here.
It's not. This isn't going to be involved with that.
No, that was just the only thing for workshop here is the request for workshop hearing was to change the noxious weed list. This was just an update on where we're going with. Sorry.
Okay, what will this be through NHC? What would happen?
Let me explain. So the first one is the list, which would make an adjustment on that. That's what's going to workshop in here. This is an MOU to do what the law that was passed in 2003 says that we're supposed to be doing. Basically, the intent of the law was that, and understand how this would all happen. What would happen before an abatement was done on a property owner?
Okay, so I'm going to just use Douglas County as an example here.
And a lot of this is coming from Douglas County, the push. The bill actually came, I believe, through Lynn Hedrick
and
Douglas County.
And others in Douglas
When
County.
he was in the assembly.
So Douglas County right now, they have they're one of the counties that actually has a really working weed program going right now in Douglas County. And so their weed program, so to get to the abatement process, there's a number of steps to get to there. So Douglas County, their staff go out and they look for noxious weeds throughout the county, in the farming community, residential, everywhere. And once they find noxious weeds, they send a notice. Douglas County Weed Program sends a notice to the staff or to the property owners saying, hey, we've noticed you've got XYZ noxious weeds on your property. Per state statute, NRS 555, 170, whichever one you want to look at, you're required by law to control your noxious weeds. If you need help controlling your noxious weeds, please contact Douglas County and we'll help you. So they send a first letter, and then I think they give them 2 weeks notice, and then after they haven't heard back in 2 weeks notice, then they send a second letter, basically stating the same things. You're in violation because not statute, whatever else. But in that second letter, they also state if after the due date, we give you another 2 weeks to comply. If you don't comply, we will be turning this over to the Nevada Department of Agriculture, who are the regulatory body on noxious weeds. So then that comes to our office, and then I send a series of letters. So I send basically another letter stating, per regulation, you need to control your noxious weeds, and I give them, a whole plan of how they can control their noxious weeds. If they need help, please contact us. This and that. If they don't respond to that one, then I send a second notice, and then after that, and with the same steps. And after that second notice, and I hear nothing back from them, or they are still not controlling their noxious weeds, then I go to the county. And then that's what this MOU would be for. We go to the county, look, we've given this landowner adequate notice to control their noxious weeds. We've tried to work with them, and we've gotten no response back. These noxious weeds need to be controlled because of spread and their neighbors and everything else, and just what they do, to our environment and everything else. And that's what this MOU would be for. Then the county, in agreement with us, would then go into the abatement process.
So they would supply the personnel to go and actually physically
the county would
spray or
correct.
abate the weed itself.
If the county has a program that can do it, it'll go through the county program. If the county does not have a program, which some of them don't, they will hire a licensed contractor to do it.
And if the county agreed to enter into the MOU with us.
Okay.
So that would be the process on that. And so this was just kind of an update.
Session, we'll probably try to get it cleaned up where it's not an MOU, but just a direct relationship that we don't have to have it. But this is dealing with existing law. and basically the pressure that we receive through Douglas County.
Well, I would also like to add the big reason why we're going to all the county commissioner meetings is because we have producers that know, control their noxious weeds, and they're very frustrated because they know that they have neighbors that have big problems and maybe aren't doing the best job at controlling them, but they've never really approached or been able to, rely on our program, the Noxious Weeds State Program, to come in and do an abatement. And so it's kind of been, we know that there's these laws, but there's a lot of people that kind of turn their back. So we want to go to all the counties to reinforce that there's these laws, and now we actually have a way to work with the county to enforce the laws. And, with talking with Douglas County, we're all under the impression, and we're all hoping that, do a couple of abatements, and I think that more people will pay more attention to the actual laws. And kind of my position has been more of the education and outreach. Let me come, I'll tell you what weeds you have, we can map them, we'll tell you a strategy of how we can at least contain and slowly reduce your infestation, and then if they don't, try, then that would be where we're going down the abatement road. So these county commissioner meetings, hopefully you guys will probably hear about, the state coming in and giving the presentations is our first step to start that education outreach and getting people more aware.
Mr. No.
So as I understand it, as it is right now, that final responsibility of the abatement comes down to the Department of Agriculture. But that has not been happening.
No, we don't have the authority to do it, and that's why it's not been happening. That's why you have to be in an MOU with the county, because the county has the authority. So it'd be a county action, but what this does is give the county some protection on the funding side, so that that's not what's limiting them. So basically, if the county says, yes, this is an action we feel like needs to be taken, we're gonna go take it, then they'll engage in doing that work, and we would front the money. Then the county would lay claim on the property via the tax or whatever.
Because the county has
the
authority for that, and we don't. All right.
So we basically got a fund that we don't have authority to use currently without the MOU.
Mr. Snyder.
Yes, thank you for working on this.
And we can also send out or post the dates that will be at all the county commissioner meetings. We know that some, like Douglas County, they're already ready. They've had the pressure from all the landowners, around. But we know, we're very aware that other counties, there might be county commissioners that aren't really aware. And so we've been having all of our local groups that are doing weed control or any, big landowners. We'd really, want to welcome the support at those meetings or to get the ear of your county commissioners.
Any more questions? Okay, let's go ahead and go back to F here. Request permission for the workshop. Is there a motion?
I move.
Mrs. Morrison?
Ramona Morrison, for the record, I move to request to give permission to go to workshop and hearing for NAC changes to 55010 to amend the noxious weed list.
Second.
Seconded. The motion was made by Mrs. Morrison, seconded by Mr. No. Is there any more discussion on the motion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. Any abstentions? Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Mrs. Breslow.
Thank you. Gina Breslow for the record. I'm going to make an administrative comment to Vice Chairman Anderson. All of the documents that are being presented a little bit later are being scanned in as we speak and are being uploaded to the website so that the public can see them and they can be accessed by ELCO. It just takes a little bit of time to do that, but I'm handing them over to James, taking them to Gail, and they're being uploaded as we speak. Normally it's after the meeting because of the paper. We usually do paper, but we're trying to keep up with it as the meeting goes along, and we don't have an NRS statute that says it has to be done during the meeting or it has to be done after the meeting, according to Dennis, but we're going to do it as we go today, see how that works.
Fantastic, thank you.
You're welcome.
Putting those Nevada ponies to work. We finally found a use for them. PDF. Okay, so lunch is here. Let's see here. Dave, what do you think, man? Couple minutes, 5 minutes,
I can make it happen.
an hour
10 minutes at max.
at max? Okay, consumer equitability. Update to the board. Mr. Jones, you have the floor.
Yes, sir. Well, I'm happy to see that I didn't have the most flamboyant tie put out this morning.
I like your word, flamboyant.
For the record, I'm Dave Jones from Consumer Equitability. I'm the administrator. As you can tell, I'm still trying to get used to that long word for me. First item is NAC 581. Please note that the state sealer, that's Jim, Mr. Barbie, will conduct a hearing to adopt NAC 581 revisions on March 20th, 2014. The salient modifications, there are 3. First one, generates dollars for price verification. The purpose is to hire 2 new positions so that we can conduct more price verifications in the state of Nevada. The second is to adopt motor vehicle fuel standards from Handbook 130. The third increases hourly fees from $40 to $50 an hour pertaining to metrology work. That's where we calibrate standards and whatnot, and recheck work. The action at this point is that the LCB, the Legislative Counsel Bureau, for revising the LCB file number 17912. Subject to your questions, that's pretty much it for NAC 581.
Any questions, board?
And if I can proceed, I have 4 informational items. The first one deals with Operation Invoice Dollar Recovery. I'm excited to say that within 1 week's amount of time, we've recovered $8,500. The goal is to go for $100,000. What does the operation entail? The WHO is consumer equitability. We're collecting late fees throughout the United States because there are entities adjacent to the state that owe us. The duration of time is from February 18th to April 15th. The purpose is to recover the late fees, to position ourselves to go into the new database that we're looking to get here shortly, and to minimize our debt collection list. So when we go for our annual license fees in 1 August, we're clean. We can move forward with our whole process done. How are we doing this? We've done it by mailing, and Brandon and I have to give all the credit to Brandon because he's been able to figure out how to get into our old database for the last 3 years and pull up all this data. Both Brandon and I are doing individual phone discussions with each one of these 400 in regards to 400 late invoices should those individuals ask. And this was a snibble on my part. Mr. DeFrina cornered me and asked why I haven't returned his call, and I apologize. He called a couple days ago in regards to one of the livestock individuals out there that just placed a new scale. That's Operation Invoice Dollar Recovery. We've got $8,500 now. We're looking to recover $100,000 thanks to Jim putting in the credit card system. Out of 35 of these that we've already received, within 1 week's time, we've used that thing out here 5 of those 35 times. So 5 of those payments came in via credit card. So that's neat. It's starting to pay off. Second thing, Operation Oil Testing. March 15th, we expect to get the 1 and 2 of the total 3 pieces of equipment that we're doing. We can start testing oil. We plan on doing that in the early summer, but that's a new thing that we're going to be starting. Operation Livestock Scales. This is the third item.
Just a second there, Dave.
Yes, sir.
If I could ask a question on that side of it, how are you going to determine where you're going to start in the market on the testing?
That's a good question. I don't know. We know that we have the equipment now. We know that we're lining up with the supplies. We know that the training will be in place in the summertime. And basically, we're going to be at our infancy for looking. I think we're going to be looking initially for bulk sellers. Our concern is reused oil and types of oil in that category. But that's about where we're at right now.
I guess I would encourage you to contact the industries to see where they would recommend. I mean, me personally, I would recommend exactly what you said. I think that's the area where you're going to find the least compliance with bulk products. But I would just encourage you to reach out to the industry and talk to them a little bit as you're getting ready to start.
Bill has already done that to a certain extent, and we've realized by going through the other states that we're now going to go, I guess, in about the number 6 position. There's not many states that are testing oil right now, so we're kind of the vanguard of that. But point well taken. I've got it down here. I'll get with Bill on that.
Thank you.
Third point, Operation Livestock Scales commences March 10th. That primarily goes with the Elko, or the south of Elko in Eureka. The duration of livestock scales goes from March to June. Last year there was 342 scales, and we now know that there's a such thing as field cattle, and we inspect those in September. The whole idea is to facilitate the farmers and ranchers when they're selling their cattle. Letters went out 2 weeks ago. We will follow up and call each scale owner 3 to 5 days out before we inspect those scales. Fourth item out of the informational items. Am I within 10 minutes?
Yeah. You're pushing it, but go ahead, Dave.
Okay, then. Here we are, and this is the last item I have, is that new technologies, really getting to be pizzazzable. We know that we have one LNG, that's liquid natural gas location here in Reno, one in Las Vegas. That one in Reno will be in place on March 19th. We have no testing equipment to deal with it. There are approaches that we are working out now to make that happen. The CNG, there's one in Las Vegas. I'm sorry, there's 6 of them in Las Vegas. Regarding that, we don't have the capability of testing those. We normally perform witness testing with the industry's equipment to verify their measurements. And the third thing with new technologies is electric car chargers. There are 32 in Las Vegas, 11 in Reno, 1 in Elko, and we don't have the capability of testing those at this point either. But those are the new technologies. They're coming down the pike. We are addressing them in Western Weights and Measures Forum, and also in the NCWN, the National Forum. Subject to your questions, that concludes the informational items.
Mr. Barbie. Just one other add-on. We're very close in the brand inspection piece on the inspection form. Once we get that done, we're going to have that group turn their focus to registration and licensing, because that'll be basically where someone can log on to our internet access system. They'll be able to register, for example, their pesticide product, or they'll be able to apply for a license on their set of scales. And then they'll be able to do because we'll have the Visa or the bank check pay, all of that stuff. And so you'll be able to do that hopefully very soon online. And so that's where it'll cross over with the consumer equitability piece. And then after that, which that shouldn't take much prep because it's basically setting up digital forms and being able to take the credit card system and then back into the data. It's pretty straightforward data hold. But then the next step, we'll start looking at in the field inspection programs for the inspectors that are going out through consumer equitability. So if they're doing a set of scales, they're doing gas pumps, so they'll be doing that off of iPad. We're hoping that in the very near future, we will not even necessarily need a office space for each one of those inspectors, because basically they'll show up, they'll have a docket that'll be their assignment per the program. They'll get in their truck and they'll go do the inspections that they have to do that day. Those inspections will be completed while they're on site. They won't have to come back and fill out additional paperwork or anything. They'll hit submit, it'll come to the supervisor will evaluate and confirm that it's accurate and will complete the transaction and done. They'll have some office space, but it'll be shared if they have to come in for a special issue or a challenge of an inspection or thing like that. So consumer equitability will be up next for the wireless inspection program.
Any questions for Dave? Hearing none, thank you, Dave.
Thank you. Good job, Dave.
Appreciate it. All right, we'll go ahead and, Donnell, sorry, we'll take a break and we'll see you right after lunch. Anybody got to go anywhere during the lunch break?
She just had to make a call.
Oh, okay.
Lunch is in the border. Make your own. You have to put your mustard and mayonnaise. But these little sandwiches from Capriati's like we had in Las Vegas. So good stuff.
It came from Las Vegas?
Yeah, it all came from Las Vegas.
And if anybody would
With
like
meat
to
on every
tour the
sandwich.
dairy lab,
Oh, yeah, that's
we're,
right.
Anna Vickery's is in today and would be happy to show you the progress that we've made on the dairy lab. So just let me know, we'll be glad to take you back and show you what's happening.
So that's a complete new setup. That would be that, basically it was kind of used, not really used, empty laboratory that we had back in the Diseaser. They're setting all the equipment up. And so grab your lunches and eat, and then anyone who wants to go and quick tour that, we can do that.
If anyone doesn't want your paper packet, hand it to me and I'll recycle the paper.
All right.
If you're not happy with, if you don't care about the paper packet, I will take it away.
Well, we're still on record. We'll go ahead and shoot for 1:45 somewhere. So since you're all here, we'll play it by ear, and if we're ready to go, we'll just keep going. We're off the record.
All right, we're back on the record after our lunch break. And I saw Pete in his office. I guess we don't have any board members in Vegas, so we probably won't see them again. Yeah, they did.
Did we ever figure out who had the cowboy hat on?
In Vegas?
Yeah, somebody in the back had a cowboy hat. Never did see who that was.
I don't know. And then who was with Pete for a while? Was that?
That was Leanna Witzel.
Okay. Yeah. All right. All right. So we're back on the record, and we're going to food and nutrition, number 8. It's an update to the board. Donnell Barton. Good morning. Good afternoon, Donnell.
Good afternoon. And I apologize, we went on the dairy tour, so we took a lot of our time on the dairy tour, so I'll try and make mine brief. But I also asked Anna Vickery to join us, just in case the folks that were on the tour had any questions that were lingering, because we realized we were a little bit late, so we hustled back. But just to give you a quick update on what's going on in the food and nutrition division, we're evaluating our warehouse options in Las Vegas, and we've actually found a location close to the Raceway out there off of Hollywood Parkway. So we're hoping that we'll be able to negotiate a lease out there and move our commodity foods to that location until we are able to move to the other location in 2016. Then we're also developing a strategic plan for our commodity foods. We've had a lot of stakeholders who ask if it might be better if we could combine delivery routes, say like the Food Bank of Northern Nevada, 3 Squares in Las Vegas. We sometimes deliver to the same places, so is it possible for us to share delivery routes? So we're going to be holding a stakeholders meeting in April to start talking about those kinds of things. You saw the dairy lab, so we're in the process of getting that going, and we should have that ready to up and fully functional by the 1st of July. And then Anna and her staff checked out 4 new farms this between December and January, and so we've got 1 goat farm out in Fallon that's running 2,000 goats, and they're processing cheese. We've got a sheep farm also out in Fallon, 50 sheep, and they're freezing and shipping theirs to California for yogurt, their milk. We've got the new Tumbleweed ranch dairy that's got about 1,000 cows, and they're going to be part of the DFA. And then we've got another farm that is in Fallon that's been sold, but they haven't contacted us yet about starting up a dairy operations. And then we're reviewing plans for a dairy out in Smith Valley. On the services side, we've been providing ongoing technical assistance for the child nutrition programs. We completed 84 raw milk, 110 finished milk, 24 single service containers, and 6 cheese samples. We've hired a new program officer who will be working with the food distribution program on Indian reservations, as well as helping us to do the new wellness policy. You may have heard in the last couple of weeks, USDA has got a new policy out called Smart Snacks, which will impact what's sold in schools. It starts at midnight before the school day starts and runs until 30 minutes after the end of the school day. So we currently have a statewide wellness policy. We need to take that wellness policy and revise it with the new Smart Snacks. So we're also putting together a stakeholders group, hope to have that going the 1st of April. In the past, we've used the State Board of Education to not really enforce that policy, but to approve that policy. With this being federal law, we're going to go with just the federal law and have the policy follow along with that. But I'm more than happy to keep you updated on how that's going, and we will post the draft policy on our website to take comments and take it back to that group of our stakeholders to give comments back on what the comments were before it becomes the final policy. Districts are supposed to implement that on July 1st of this year. And we're currently conducting administrative reviews on school districts. So we just have completed Carson, Douglas, and Clark. We'll be working with Washoe and Pershing County later on this spring. And we released the free and reduced report. That's a report that is used by districts and other folks to determine what's the poverty rate so that they may get in schools. If you hear about Title I schools, that's how they determine the poverty rate and who's going to be a Title I school. It's based on free and reduced. Then for trainings, Anna and her staff have gone to the Portland lab, to their state health lab, on techniques, to develop techniques for our lab, as well as standard operating procedures and equipment needs. And then she's also been to New Orleans for training so that she can certify labs such as at Model Dairy or Anderson Dairy. And then the child nutrition staff and the commodity staff has been to several USDA trainings. And the final thing is that we are working with our summer food service program. We're looking to increase participation. USDA has named us as one of their strike force states with technical assistance. So they came in around February the 11th and brought all of our partners together, the folks that are currently with the summer food service program, to talk about what are some of our needs, what are some of our barriers. And next Monday on March 10th, Audrey Rowe, who's an administrator with USDA, will be in Las Vegas, and we'll also be holding some partner meetings. We'll be meeting with the Clark County School District on Monday. Monday afternoon we'll be doing a marketing meeting, and on Tuesday morning we'll be working with elected officials about how they might be able to help support summer food in the Clark County area, because that's one of the largest areas in Nevada that has a large number of kids that are on the free and reduced, but there's not a lot of feeding sites down there. There's been problems in the past with not having qualified sponsors and or vendors. And so we now have the vendors in place. We believe we can find those sponsors and be able to feed more children when they're out of school. So any questions?
Any questions for Donnell? Thank you very much. The gentleman in the Vegas meeting room with the cowboy hat, could you identify yourself for the record?
I'm Cliven Bundy from Bunkerville, Nevada.
Okay, Mr. Bundy, thank you. Could you go ahead and mute your sound system there? Push the mute button. Okay, thank you very much. I'll keep an eye on you if you need to speak at any time. just go ahead and turn that on and we'll let you jump right in, okay? All right. Okay, that takes us to, Flint, I guess you're up, huh? Animal Industries, an update to the board. Mr. Flint Wright.
Thanks, Davey.
Yep.
I won't go into an enormous amount of detail on the update. We have some other things to go through after that. Bob Conrad mentioned a couple of things that I wanted to correct. Not that he was exactly wrong, but I wanted to make sure the details were known as far as concerning our two most recent gathers of VRE horses. The first one, which was done in what I call Pleasant Valley, some people call Lower Steamboat Springs area. Those horses, we had numerous counts of property damage, plus we had 2 of them get hit by cars. I can't even tell you how many stacks of complaints we had that involving that group of horses. A private property owner in that area cooperated with us by helping us gather those horses. We captured them and took them to the holding facility in Carson City. All of that was done per NRS statute. All of it was done in a very humane and safe manner. We did get a lot of kickback from some of the horse advocates concerning it. The horses had been adopted out to a return to freedom. None of them were injured in any way, shape, or form. The second one, and probably the most important one, this happened somewhere between Christmas and New Year's. Chris and I got called out. That's Chris Miller, our enforcement officer on this side of the state, because there were horses running up and down on Old Highway 395 between South Reno and Washoe Valley. Chris responded. I followed up shortly after. Those horses were literally on Old Highway 395 between the 2 fences. In cooperation with a private property owner, we kicked him into some private property there. I'm forgetting the gentleman's name who owns the property, but the leasee of the deal is Ray Callahan, who runs cattle there as well as north of here. And they actually held on to the horses for us for about 2 weeks until we were able to come and pick them up. Somehow, some way, prior to the night of us picking them up, a individual we do not know of yet cut the fence and re-released those horses back onto Highway 395. And we were called out once again. Luckily, we got there before traffic started that morning, and we gathered those horses and we put them back in the field, and we were able to take them to Carson City. Those are our 2 most recent gathers. Yeah, we got some press about it. Actually, I thought most of it was pretty good. We actually got some input from many of the community members thanking us for gathering those horses because they realized the public safety element of it. So in a lot of ways, that's really been our 2 main efforts as far as gathering horses go. We are still working on an agreement, cooperative agreement, for the management of the VRE horses. We are not at a settlement there. We still have many questions as far as the legality of the cooperative agreement. Also, we're looking at some other options, none of which I can really discuss with you today because we don't have any definitive answers. Anything I could give you as far as that goes today would just be speculation, purely. Much questions been made about our brand inspections. Go in on the internet. UL Education Services have been excellent. We do currently have 3 different brand inspectors who are using them in the field. They are not using them to make actual brand inspections. They're developing trial and error efforts to figure out in any way here in the short term we need to change it to make sure that it's accurate before we ever release it into the field. That will coincide with the same time when we change the brand districts. That's been passed. Right now, we're looking at the possibility of rolling that out in workshop in conjunction with the brand inspections so that we kind of do 2 things at once. Instead of having workshop and a lot of things for one and then having to do another for another, we can be able to do 2 things at once on those. Trying to get a couple of other things in here. We have been contacted by the BLM to possibly do brand inspections for them in Southern Nevada concerning the Bundy situation there, Mr. Clive Bundy's cattle. We do not have a definitive date, and I would be very clear, Director Barbie and I have both discussed with Amy Luters from BLM. Our role there will be specifically brand inspections, nothing else. We don't have any involvement in the gather. I don't have any dates to give you when that's going to happen. At this point, we are there as a role as brand inspectors only. And I'm sure I have one or two other things, but if you guys have any questions at this point.
Any questions for Flint? Go ahead, Flint.
Okay. Pete, can you hear us in Elko?
Yes, I'm here.
Were you handed the most recent sheep numbers from this past year?
I'm not hearing you guys very well right now. You've been breaking up. I didn't hear that.
Do you have the most current sheep numbers, sheep head tax numbers?
I do have those numbers, and first I want to thank the board for letting us make this request today. So, do you want me to give you the numbers or my request?
Whatever you feel like, Pete.
What's that?
Whichever you need, Pete. Either way.
Okay, well, the Nevada wool growers would like to request our money that we've self-imposed our tax on, and that number has come to $36,858.48. And we all, I guess you noticed that we've got a significant increase because we raised our head tax. But this money is always used to run the Nevada wool growers business and for office supplies and for whatever programs that we put on, like the Make It Yourself with Wool and some of that other stuff. This extra money now we're going to have as a reserve just in case for any litigation we might need, or i.e. maybe help pay for that helicopter if some sheepmen would like to employ that helicopter that they don't have any money to use. So with that, that's our request for that amount of money.
Can you give us state that amount one more time?
858.48.
What was that again? You guys are breaking up really bad now.
Could you restate the number again?
The number is $38,053.46.
That's a different number.
Okay, Pete, it's Dave Sticks. Pete, on the agenda, we've got $36,058.46.
Right. That's what. Isn't that what I just said?
No. No, but if you agree with that, that's the number we'll go with in the motion.
$36,058.46. That's the request.
Okay, Pete, thank you. The item is B, by the way, for the record. Again, Nevada Wool Growers Association, 12-113, letter of request for balance of monies. Again, it's $36,058.46.
I so move.
Mr. Frey made the motion. It was seconded by Mr. Spratley. Is there any more discussion? All of those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. Any abstentions? The motion passes unanimous.
This is Pete Paris for the records. I want to thank you guys for your efforts, so thank you.
Thank you, Pete. Pete, somebody showed up in there. Could you have them give who they are for the record?
Oh, you might not recognize him.
Davey, JJ Gogachia for the record.
Ah. All right, good to see you, JJ. And we also have a new individual that has showed up in the Vegas office. Can you state your name for the record?
I guess it's Damien.
Actually, this is Damon Hernandez returning to the meeting, but we do have a member of the public here for the next public comment section.
Okay, thank you. He gave his name before he came in. Thank you.
Okay.
All right, so JJ's here. Behold the pale rider. Okay, so we got B taken care of. C, review of NAC trichinosis regulations, notification of neighboring herds. Are you gonna take the lead on this, Flint?
I'm gonna let Mike do that, actually.
Mike, okay.
I, a little bit, not just sure exactly what you have in mind, but right now what we do, when we find...
Mike, are you done, Flint?
Yeah, you can come on up.
Yeah, so why don't you go ahead and take the front, Mike, and...
Right now, what we're doing is when we get notified by the lab that we have one or more positive bulls on a premise, then we're contacting that owner as soon as we can get in touch with them by telephone, and then we ask them as far as the history of possible exposure, the allotments that they've been on, and who might share those, also their neighbors, has there been any commingling, and we get a list. And we call those contact herds, and then we proceed to contact them as far as, placing them under hold order. And a lot of times they've already tested, so it's a pretty quick process. We put them under hold and almost release them at the same time. But sometimes they have yet to test, and we make sure they actually have 12 months to test, but they are under hold order. So for the most part, they do it in a pretty timely manner. But we are going on just what the owner of the positive bulls tells us as far as who might be exposed. And so that's as far as the notification goes, is with those individuals. Now, I don't know if you're looking to expand that. We don't release that information to anybody else. It was discussed, I think, at the cattlemen's meeting, that if an accredited veterinarian called on behalf of an owner and wanted to know about the positive in the area, we would pass that information on to them. That hasn't happened. Nobody's called us. But, so I don't know, are you looking to expand that? I don't know.
Well, first of all, you have me at a disadvantage because I assumed you guys put it on the agenda.
No, I put it on the agenda based on the meeting at Cattlemen's and the concern on whether it's going through a veterinarian notification or direct contact. And so I wanted to bring it up so that you guys could share the discussion with the Cattlemen's and then give us any change in direction that you would want, if that's what you want, on policy and how we administer that piece.
Mrs. Morrison. Mr. Sproutley.
I think the discussion that occurred at the Cattlemen's might have been a situation of not communicating well between what the actual topic was. The concern was that from some people on the board that notification hasn't been coming out to the neighboring herds. They haven't been getting notified, was the concern. And the discussion started up as how is that process really taking place? Does it come from the state to those neighboring herds to tell them that they are now under hold order? Or or if it's happening. And so we're not looking for a change in the law. We feel very comfortable with what the law says. I think what we were concerned about was the process under which we would, the state would contact neighboring herds and place the hold order. I think where the local veterinarians discussion came up was that I think there's a request from veterinarians who are TRIC qualified to do the testing process, have access in some manner to positive herds and or herds under hold order. Because those practicing veterinarians very easily could write a health certificate for a herd, not knowing they were under a hold order with older age females, say, for instance, and end up writing an invalid and illegal health certificate. So that was part of the discussion, and if those two things got conflated, through a miscommunication, that's unfortunate. But what we're concerned about is that we're very clear that the neighboring, and with, increased personnel stuff that you now have in the animal industry, we feel it's important that those neighboring herds all get notified and placed under a proper hold order process. And that was the crux of the concern and the discussion. We're not looking for a change in the law or the regulation. That's not
right. And I misspoke. I mean policy in terms of how we procedure, how we carry it out. I guess I'm agreeing with you. But there would be a difference between an exposed herd and a neighboring herd, correct?
No,
The herd
okay,
can-
okay, the original herd, the index herd would be the herd that has the positive animal, positive bull. Okay, at that point, you know, through the process of epidemiology, we would find out, or the state would find out from that positive herd, then who are the neighboring herds? Who do you have a chance of either exposure, single wire fence, if you have strays back and forth, you know, any of those situations, and who those ranches might be, because they would be then contacted and told that they're under a hold order until they test with one clean test.
And Flint, in this case, at that time, you felt very adamant that the notification should go to the veterinarians and not particularly to the owner of the cattle.
Well, that's my misunderstanding, Davey. I thought we left cattlemen's with the understanding that we were gonna notify their veterinarian. Okay? In that time frame, we haven't stopped doing what the law says, and we still contact the herds that we can find out neighborly. Okay?
Based on, just real quick, Flint, before you go on, based on what Mike said, is you guys will notify the actual owner of the herd surrounding the positive herd.
If it can be identified.
Okay.
So some of that's a little bit problematic, okay, because the main person we find out who their neighboring herds are is the very person we just got a trick test back positive from, okay? So then we ask them, who do you neighbor, who do you commingle with? And in some cases, they don't know everybody. I mean, seriously, they simply don't know every person they neighbor with.
Okay, and there also sounds like, and/or too, you notify the veterinarians as well. Okay,
And I think that's maybe where I heard a difference, so addressing that part. We notify veterinarians that contact us and request notification. We don't automatically notify all tricks certified vets in the state.
No, yeah, you're right, Jim.
Because that was two different things that was.
If I could clarify, you know, I think what the request is, and maybe what we need to do is make sure that those veterinarians who are in the trick program know that they can call in and get that information. Because you know, being on the board of agriculture, I didn't know that.
Is there a reason, and just asking, is there a reason that we wouldn't automatically notify all trick certified vets? Under a rationale of, I'm just thinking if there's an easier way to do this, instead of waiting for them to contact us, if we just had an automation where when one came in, we had an email pool that we automatically emailed saying,
this is a new positive herd, and these are the contact herds that are under hold order at this time. And then I guess then we could do that, and then piecemeal as they're released, we would need to send something out to them as well, and we can certainly do that.
and that would take care of your concern, Boyd, of having the vets being as an access.
Correct.
So they're not writing bad.
And that's essentially what happened during the Banks program back in the 80s, the brucellosis program, on a weekly basis. You know, we were notified from the state as to what the status of each quarantine herd was.
But wouldn't we really need to notify all accredited veterinarians, because they could be asked to write a health certificate even if they're not trick certified? It may be some cows moving. I mean, that probably would be the exception, but it sure could happen.
It's gonna need to be all veterinarians, it can't just be those in the trick pool, because there's a possibility that someone could ask you that.
I see Dr. Boykachi is getting very nervous there. We probably want to hear a comment from him.
I was saving lots of time. Oh. I was trying to cover all the bases.
well, and I think you guys that are veterinarians need to tell us what you think is gonna be the best way to accomplish what the goal is, to make sure the vets that need to know.
The thing is, with all accredited veterinarians, it includes a whole raft of small animal clinics. In our category, what we call category 2 veterinarians that work only on
Category
horses,
category
sheep,
1.
So I think you could exclude the category 1s.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
What are those, dogs and cats?
Just pets and potbelly pigs.
No, not potbelly pigs. They come under category 2 because they have swine disease. Yes. Having just come from USDA, I'm very sure of that.
I just came from their workshop. I think it was the other way around, but, yeah.
Let's catch up, Dr. Sprout.
Let's catch up. I graduated in 75.
I was born in 71. I couldn't resist, it was a shock. No, sorry.
I still carry a comb.
I lost, should have known better.
He drove from Eureka today, you better let him.
Yeah, Mr. Goycochea, you have the floor. Doctor, I'm sorry.
Well, you're using both terms, Doctor and Mr. loosely, but thank you, Mr. Chairman. I agree with Boyd. These accredited veterinarians, the large animal ones, they're really the ones that need to know who's under a hold order and as those come off. And because there's a lot of times, especially in the fall of the year, if someone is sick or out of the area, you might be called upon to write a health paper for a colleague. And if you don't know, like Boyd said, we could be in trouble. It sounds like Dr. Greenlee says they're still going through the reporting process of contacting our contact herds once we have our index herd. And that's really all we were asking for as industry as well. And I understand Flint's point. We're only as good as the information we receive. I think we did a lot better job when the program first went in with our EPI investigations and somebody actually that was in the area and going out and contacting those, because we know that there are instances when ranches aren't being contacted, and that's part of it. But maybe it'll help if that herd veterinarian did have access to who was positive, who was under hold order, and if you notice some neighbors to a client of yours, you may be able to have your client call in and inquire a little bit if there was a positive herd in the area. I think the vast majority of guys are testing now, but we really need to do a better job of making sure we get down to those, at least notification to those individuals who aren't testing, because there's a couple of reasons they aren't. Number one, they're just opposed to it, but number two, a lot of them don't know, and a lot of them have never had someone such as Dr. Greenlee sit down with them and possibly explain the disease and the ramifications to them. Some of these guys don't have a veterinarian that they work with closely, so I think that the Department of Ag and the state vet in particular needs to maybe do a little better job of outreach and education along those lines as well.
Thank you, JJ. And during the lunch break, I just passed on a bit of information. Our personal experience in the past, and I mean back a ways, has been our notification as a big Q letter. So that's a little worrisome. But if I could just real quick recap what was said here today, make sure we're all on the same page. So at a cattlemen's meeting in the future, the first issue is that the state vet will do everything they can to notify the surrounding cattle owners of an infected herd, number one, to the best that they can with the information they have. And number two, all type 2 veterinarians, whether they're TRIC qualified or not, will be notified of an infected herd. With the idea that not only can they tell their clients what's happening, but also so they don't write a health certificate on something that they didn't know was infected.
Actually, I would include the contact herds we've identified as well, so that they know that.
Okay, just what JJ and Boyd were saying. Are we okay with the current rules and regs are they are? Yep. We're okay to handle all that? Okay.
But can you give us that in like a motion so that we know that's the policy you want us to follow?
Yeah,
and then we'll record it as a policy statement in the minutes.
Yeah, and I'll go ahead, Boyd, and have you repeat it as a motion here as soon as Mrs. Morrison
The wordsmith gets to do it.
gets done. Go ahead, Ramona, you have the floor.
One question for you about that, because we had a situation on our ranch with regard to, this is a while back, a trick herd being identified and then moved before the test results came in. And not only were they moved, they were dumped in on our allotment by permission of the BLM. It's a long story, but anyway. And then we were never notified that that was a trick herd because the BLM never told them that we were there. So in other words, when you get a neighboring, when you go to notification of the neighboring herd, how do you find that information? And this guy didn't tell them that we were there either, even though he was in on our waters.
That's exactly what we've been doing, is asking that owner. And so if he didn't tell us, we wouldn't know.
Yeah, and so my question is how then, this was an unusual set of circumstances, but the movement, my question is the movement what happens when the test is in? Are they supposed to leave those, is the policy for them not to move those cattle before the test results are in?
Well, if they haven't been identified as having to test, and so they're just doing it as part of their normal operations, they're not under restriction at the time those cattle are tested.
Yeah, I know.
So they could move and not be in violation. Now, if you're testing because you want to test before you put your animals out on range, it would only be a good practice to wait until you have your test results so you can remove those positive bulls and not have them out there with your cows all summer long.
Well, and I guess I'll put it back to you guys. That begs the question, what's the point of a test if you're going to move them right away and you don't know whether or not they have infected or non-infected?
Well, I mean, there's no test required as it is right now.
Yeah.
We can't police a poor operator, Ramona.
If it's involved in interstate movement.
Yes.
Interstate, yeah, that's
Then
right.
they can't move them.
So anyway, okay, just a question.
Before we move on to do any kind of voting on this, I guess I'm going to go ahead and ask this later, but I have a question. Can you explain to me, Dr. Mike, what is the procedure as far as quarantine?
Well, basically, we're issuing a hold order, and I try to do it the same day I get the test results. I contact them by telephone first, if I can. Most of the cases, we have a good telephone number. Sometimes, though, I don't get anybody. I don't send them out immediately. I would leave a message, hey, you've been identified, you've got these positive bulls. They probably already know. But I want to make sure that I've got a good mailing address, that I have from them what their inventory of the herd is. So I don't normally send that out right away. I wait till I hear back from them. Most of the time it's by the next day, and I tell them at that time, okay, hey, you're under hold. I'm mailing you a hold order. I need you to sign a copy and send it back to me. But sometimes it can go a few days before. That's more of an issue with the contact herds than the positive herds, because they usually know already. They've heard from their veterinarian. They know they've got it, and they're expecting. Yeah, I thought I would be hearing from you.
Okay, and then what about, you said contact herds? That could be a neighboring?
Could be a neighbor or somebody that shared an allotment. We have an instance where a stray bull was found by a positive herd, and this bull's in there. They didn't know who it belonged to. We eventually found out, so then he was considered a contact herd. He'd actually leased his bull out to somebody who, when they gathered up their cows, they didn't find the bull, so they just brought their cows home. It took us a while to find that one. But for the most part, it's just people that have been identified after talking to the owner of the positive herd that there may be exposure. And we call them all contact herds, whether it's fence line or whatever reason.
And then you quarantine?
We put a hold order on them until they test.
Until they test, okay.
On their adult females and their bulls.
Okay, and if I'm hearing this correctly, if you have a contact herd, it's not necessarily by the book. You have to look at all the situations relating to it.
Yes.
Because in some situations, there may not be a need to quarantine a contact
Exactly.
herd.
Yeah, we have run into that a few times.
Okay. You want to?
Just for the record, when we wrote that law, we specifically did not use the word quarantine. Because it goes back to connotations of what we went through with tuberculosis and with brucellosis. Where you're in a quarantine, you keep testing until you get 2 negative tests, and you're finally off. It might go on for years. Whereas in this situation, one PCR test, the positive bulls are pulled out, the negative bulls are declared negative. No retesting and retesting. So we wanted to use a hold order instead of quarantine to specifically, take that dark, appearance of that word out of the deal, and that people know they get off. It doesn't go on like when we had quarantine herds in the 80s. I mean, it was a major deal, a lot involved. We can't get off that test off that hold order in a very short period of time with this now.
Yeah, sometimes the use of the right word helps out a lot. But and I know one producer in mind that they get that paper from Dr. Mike and it says hold order, and right away the phone starts dial in and, I just got quarantined.
That's right. That's why in the law, that word was not used.
Okay. All right. Do you, Jim, you were the one that, do
So-
we need
so
to
I
have a
have-
motion? Is this not covered currently?
Well, no, I don't think we were doing it exactly the way you wanted to, so I'd like to get on the record how you want it done, so that
Okay.
when we have a
We need some
benchmark.
exact words so we can.
And what I summarized to get us started, and then you guys tweak it the way you want, is the state vet will notify all neighboring herds and class 2 veterinarians of exposed herds and holdovers.
Word actually is category 2.
Category 2, sorry.
Rather than, but
That should be category 2 accredited veterinarian in the state.
Now, Boyd, when you say accredited to the layman, I'm thinking something
Okay,
that's
there's two things,
strict.
you know,
that's strict.
I'm licensed by the state of Nevada to practice medicine. I'm also accredited by USDA to do work on specific diseases and write health certificates for interstate movement and that sort of thing. Even if I can practice in the state and not be accredited, and I couldn't write health certificates.
Okay.
Or certificates of veterinary inspection.
Okay.
yeah, the category 2 applies to accreditation. It doesn't apply to our licensing.
So category 2 accredited veterinarians.
Licensed within the state of Nevada. Would be notified as to, I would say all herds either positive or under hold order for any, by contact.
Okay.
So
And is neighboring an okay word, or should we?
Neighboring is what's actually in the NAC.
Okay. Okay.
And I've got of exposed herds and holdovers.
Okay, the thing is, the exposed herds, and that's the point, I think, and that's where the confusion was at the board of directors meeting, was that we were talking about, there was the state's responsibility to notify those neighboring herds and place them under hold order. Because that's the whole point, that's the meat and potatoes of this regulation, is that the neighboring herd needs to be notified, placed under hold order, and to force them to test.
Yeah, but wait a minute, I just asked Dr. Michael a while ago that in some situations, you're saying an automatic hold should be placed on a neighboring.
Okay, unless specific things claim that the cows were separated by 10 miles, even though they were adjacent property-wise.
Neighboring and exposed maybe.
How about, here's what I came up with. License within the state of Nevada of positive and neighboring herds.
Neighboring and exposed?
Test positive.
Mr. Chairman, could I make a recommendation?
Thanks, JJ.
Boyd, rather than getting tied down on what's neighboring, what's exposed, et cetera, why don't we just call it herds under a hold? Dr. Greenlee, through his EPI investigation, will place neighboring/exposed herds under a hold order. So if we just have the language say class 2 veterinarians are informed of who's under a hold order, and as those come off, wouldn't that do the same thing?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Okay, so what I've got, state vet will notify all neighboring herds and category 2 accredited veterinarians licensed within the state of Nevada of herds under
Jim,
a
I think
hold
we have
order.
two separate issues.
Okay.
One is who you will notify, and that would be the category 2 accredited licensed veterinarians.
We also want
Okay,
to
but wait a
notify.
minute, wait a minute.
Different.
But the neighboring herds, I mean, will be, through his EPI investigation, Dr. Greenlee will put a herd under hold order. Those, they may be neighboring, they may not be put under hold order, but the actual information being sent out to accredited veterinarians would be who's under hold order. They're two separate things. That the state will be the ones to send out, to do the investigation and issue the hold orders to the neighboring ranches.
So we basically need the state veterinarian will notify all neighboring herds of positive test or.
I think the neighboring herds for potential to be placed under hold order. And with investigation and further, you would decide are they going to be held or not. Okay, that's one issue. The state's going to issue that hold order. And number two, who should know about it? And I would say, obviously, people that are under hold order have been already notified.
Right.
And number two, the accredited veterinarians would be notified of who's under hold order.
So state vet will notify all category 2 accredited veterinarians licensed within the state of Nevada of herds that are under a hold order.
Correct.
And the way I understand this now, he has the ability to say, once he gets a hold of you, you're not under the hold order.
Okay, he's gonna say, okay, you are a neighboring herd, there's a positive over here, and then he'll ask you a series of questions, you say, well, I don't even, my cows are 10 miles north.
Or I tested.
Or we already tested negative, something else, and then he will determine whether or not you will go under a hold order.
Right, but he'll make that.
It's not Dr. Reed will make that decision.
It's not automatic, he'll make.
And that's why I was trying to pin down where we're going with this, because what happened with us is we were a whole BLM permit away from the infected herd, and an automatic hold was put on.
That's why we need the investigation by the
We
state.
need the investigation. If there was a phone call made, it would have avoided that.
Correct.
But instead, we got it held, and,
That happens more often than you know.
well, we need to.
That's the kind of stuff we need to avoid. It
Yes.
does happen, so.
And I don't wanna do that either, because it's just more paperwork for me. If I can solve it with a phone call and check you off the list, that saves me a lot of work.
Exactly, doctor, thank you.
So as this close, then state vet will notify all neighboring herds of the potential hold order based on an epi investigation.
Yes.
I so move.
So those two motions.
Okay, motion's been made and seconded. Did we take out the notification of the neighbors?
That's
It's taken care of, okay, all right. Mr. Sproutley made the motion, it was seconded by Mrs. Morrison. JJ, are you okay with that?
Yep, sounds good to me.
All right. Any more discussion from staff? Are you okay with the way it's been read?
Absolutely.
Okay. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Nay? Any abstentions? Motion passes unanimous. Thank you, Mr. Paris. All right. Item D, report to board from Director and Deputy Attorney General on Resource Management Plan as it pertains to agency status and coordination to find if board has legal standing on this issue. Dennis, do you want to take this one?
And you want me to explain what happened, Dennis, or?
You mean at the last meeting?
Yeah.
I did
we
listen
got
to
this.
the video and kind of got, I listened to it a couple times. So I think I got it.
Okay.
Yeah.
He was kind of caught off guard, to be honest, and we didn't communicate it very well to him, so I'll take that. That bad.
Tape over and over, this is important.
Yeah. On my shoulders. That's where I wasn't sure if he was gonna be ready to address it or not, and wanted to make sure that he understood that was of no fault of his own. And JJ, please stick around as we talk about this one, because I'm gonna be referencing the Eureka plan. Or not.
Uh-oh. Let's hang on a second, Dennis.
I think they're still there, it's just.
Yeah, they're, we just can't see them.
Oh.
They're gonna put it up right to this presentation.
You could roll up the backdrop, they're still there, and we can see them. They're hiding behind the curtain.
Testing, testing.
Are you all ready?
Stand up. He must have got a sandwich or something.
So again, I listened to the video and I hope I got it right, and of course you guys will help me if I didn't get it right. The proposal was to adopt a Nevada Regional Resource Management Plan for ag. My understanding was NDOW has one for the resources it's involved in managing, and I haven't looked at theirs either. But the concept of it was to affect changes in management by the feds as well. The department does have, this statute seems to speak to the department's role in management of resources. And it includes areas that are clearly like strays, federal livestock, clearly an area where you manage, but also you can work with other agencies to come up with management or land use planning and preservation of natural resources, related to the ag industry. The statute continues, which the duties go on. The board, of course, has a role. The most principal one, I guess, in this one would be 1D, which is to establish the policy of the department. So clearly the board would be an obvious choice for adopting a resource management plan. The question that came up in the meeting was, where's the meat? Where will this be meaningful to do this? What impact would a resource management plan adopted by the board have on federal policy? And just looking at the section that was cited by, let's see if it comes in, that was cited by the gentleman who presented on this issue at the last meeting, was this one, 1610.3-2, which says that, the resource management plans developed by BLM must be, examined for consistency with other plans that are out there. The thing that wasn't mentioned, maybe was, and I didn't hear it, was that, certainly BLM has to try to be consistent with all other plans out there, but if their regs and statutes don't allow it, or their regs and statutes are inconsistent with Nevada's plan, they don't have to be consistent. So there is a requirement of consistency. I couldn't find anything in legal research on this other than the language of the regs. So, sometimes regs do not result in court cases, and so we don't know what the courts think of it. But anyway, there's a limitation on if you adopt a resource management plan. It may not be meaningful if what you're commanding is going to run up against a BLM resource management plan that is grounded clearly in statute. That's not, there's no choice, or in regs for that matter. There's no choice in the statute or regs. So in other words, consistency requirement does not apply to the statute or regs. The BLM is not going to say, well, we got to be consistent with Nevada here, where they have a mandate under their statute or regs to do what they have on the books already. So my approach, which I just kind of put this together quickly and could be articulated better, would be just to, if you are going to do a resource management plan, the main focus is to help modify the federal resource management, would be to look at their management plan and identify areas where they have discretion and chose what the state feels is the wrong path. If they had a path A to go and a path B to go, under their regs and statute, they chose path B, and the state thinks path A is the better path, then your resource management plan could adopt path A and then say, BLM, look, we've got our own state-based resource management plan. Follow that reg that I cited earlier, please. So that would be, I guess, the legal analysis of it. I note that reg doesn't just refer to state plans, it also refers to local plans, other federal agency plans. So it gets kind of complicated when you have a lot of different plans out there. But that's an option with the resource management plan. Whether this is meaningful, without having specific examples to work on, I couldn't tell you. But I'm just telling you the avenue, the analytical approach you might take in regard to the resource management plan, and whether you want to where you want to go with that. So with that,
you're just full of all kinds of information.
Well, thank you. I'm offering that, with all humility.
Yes. Thank you, Dennis.
And so basically, in short, there's nothing that would limit the Department of Agriculture from developing its own resource management plan. However, that doesn't give any guarantees as to how impactful it could be, but at least we would have one.
That's a good summary.
Okay.
Would it help us, though, having a resource management plan in certain instances where there's an EIS involved, that we would be able to have the ability to get, help me with the term.
Equal status.
Standing.
And standing.
Yeah, that there's cooperative, no.
Coordination.
Coordinate.
But the legal definition of coordination, and this is what's often misinterpreted, is it puts the state or the entity, the county, on an equal basis as the federal agencies in terms of when you're drafting out these plans. So, or working on some of these policies of these agencies. So that's the benefit of it. If it's not
coordinating status,
but it's not what was the other word you used? Anyway, cooperative, it's not cooperative, it's coordinated.
That's
And
what
that
we
has a
want.
legal
That's what I meant.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that has a legal definition.
Okay.
I was just looking.
And that's the part where the
Is that
Department of Ag could have a say in how EISs look and are formed. Is there a positive to the Department of Ag doing something like that in a situation that we're seeing in the future?
Or more importantly, to the industry.
Yes, to the industry.
Because NDOT has already written a resource plan that might be contrary to the interests of livestock.
Okay.
If we have our own plan that maybe conflicts, it puts us on an equal footing with input to that EIS with the Department of Wildlife.
Okay. But coordinating status would have to be asked by this board or Director Barbie on an individual basis, depending on what we're looking at.
Right.
Okay.
So with that, if you can bring back up Elko.
And I believe one of the discussions that was made in Vegas was that how should our resource management plan look? Should it be closer to a Elko, Eureka, Churchill?
For now.
Not to make it look like it's one of theirs copied, but is it something we can do as a state agency to kind of involve all the counties?
Well, and I'd also say, and just the short amount of time I spent, and I make sure I'm looking at the right document too. I pulled up the Eureka Master Plan, and I'm looking at Section 6, Natural Resources, Federal or State Land Use. Would that be what we're talking about that you want the Department of Ag to look at?
You could use it.
Or is the whole thing?
Ramona Morrison, for the record, you could use that as a guideline.
Yeah, you can't,
You
I
can't
mean,
do it
it's very
exactly,
quick, no,
because
I figured that out very quickly. But I mean, in other words, should I be looking at the entire master plan or just the Section 6, I guess is what I'm asking?
I have to look at it.
Okay, because you're quoted on the second page as Section 6, so I guess you're gonna like it.
What I say. That's always a question.
But basically, what they've got is the whole plan includes introduction, historical, current perspective, growth management, public facilities and service, economic development, and then Section 6 is natural resources, federal or state land use. Then 7 is land use, then 8 is housing, and 9 is water resources.
I would say 6 would be the one, because of the water.
Mr. Chairman, if I could, I'd encourage the director to at least look at 6 and 9. We spent several hours this morning on Section 9, water resources, and a lot of that refers back to policies and plans we have in place in Section 6.
Okay, very good. Thank you, JJ. So 6 and 9 is it of Eureka's.
Got it marked.
And do you think there's any need to look at any other counties, or do you think that?
That's what I'm asking.
I would think we have very similar, in a lot of cases, points of view with county plans, and it probably wouldn't hurt to be on the same page as a lot of, do some, not necessarily, cut and toss or paste, but to be in harmony, if we agree, if the state agrees and the department agrees with a county, I think we should align and show that similar point of view if we can.
Yeah, I agree. Shoot.
And if we were going to pick out 3 counties, we've already picked Eureka, who else would you want us to cross-reference?
Oh. Elko and Humboldt?
Let's get a majority of the resource users.
And you guys put it in a motion, basically, is what I'm asking you to, for us to go out and develop it should be.
It's a non-action item.
It's not, it's for information.
I believe at the last meeting, the board authorized the.
Oh, they did authorize
Yes.
us to do it, but okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay, so we don't need that. So the 3 counties we would look at is Eureka, Humboldt, and Elko.
Hey, Davey,
Okay.
Yes, Flynn.
are those the only 3 counties with resource management plans?
Lane County.
Pershing, but I think Pershing based theirs on Eureka.
So they're all pretty similar then? Is that?
I think there's already a lot of cross-reference from what I've heard.
I would say it shouldn't be to the exclusion of other county plans.
No.
Well, but maybe that gives an opportunity, when we bring our first draft, I got a feeling this is gonna take a while. I mean, to a certain level, to a certain extent. And so when we bring back the first draft for review, then we can take public comment on it during a board meeting and allow and notify those county managers or county commissioners, whoever would be most qualified to voice in, and give them the opportunity then to make comment on what we're doing. No?
We had in the motion at Vegas, it was to have it done by the June meeting.
We'll try. I'll give you the college try. Of course, remember, I was there for 8 years for a bachelor, so. I'll give you everything I got. But you're not dealing with much to begin with. So.
That would have been a good graduation present.
Okay.
How are those student loans going in?
Slowly down.
All right, any more comments?
Thank you, JJ.
Yeah, thank you, everybody, for your input. Thank you, Dennis. And Dennis is just gonna stay right up there.
Well, yeah, and the next item is.
Okay. Item E, report to the board from DAG on legal foundation for documents and statements presented to board from constituents on the 12/5/13 meeting regarding the BLM Winnemucca Office EOU grazing agreements as it pertains to private lands.
Okay, let's see, get the slideshow started. Okay, again, I got this off the video. I just came up with kind of trying to organize this, and PowerPoint seemed to be the way in which I can best organize my thinking, so I did this for me as much as for you. I gave a factual hypothetical. Producer runs cattle on his own private land, perhaps, but also on land under lease from owner O. He has a BLM exchange of use agreement, or enters into one, so he can also rent land on BLM's administered land in the allotment adjoining his land, and then owner of the land sells the leased land to a buyer who's, I think the hypothetical or the situation discussed at the last meeting was the buyer's out of state and are very difficult to contact, unable to contact that buyer. That's kind of the issue, and the issue is what happens to, well, he's unable to contact them. The exchange of use agreement expires. BLM says, prove that you still have authority to run your cattle on that other piece of land that you ran them on before, and upon which we based your AUMs. And the owner says, well, I can't get in contact with the person. There's a new owner, and I can't get in contact with them, so I don't know whether I have authority, or maybe maybe the assumption is that I don't have authority to run my cattle on there anymore.
Well, Dennis, the BLM won't let them run unless they do have the authority.
Right. The BLM says we're going to reduce your AUMs because the amount of land you have allotted for the cattle you have, taking out this other parcel, means you're going to be running your cattle too much on BLM land for the amount of forage on that land. In other words, you divvy up a smaller piece of land with the same number of cattle, you got less forage to feed them, so you got to cut back your cattle.
It's called an exchange use, right?
And this is a section of the Code of Federal Regulations that deals with exchange of use grazing agreements, and they may be issued to someone who owns or controls the lands that are unfenced and intermingled with public lands, which is, this is Nevada, right? I mean, this is Nevada open range. They're not going to have a fence, and so this is tailor-made for Nevada, the way I read it. And the question is, well, obviously, producer P does not own the land, so the question is, does he control it? And I needed to get background for myself on what the meaning of an exchange of use agreement is, and I found various sites within the Federal Register where they're discussing regulations that laid out what the purpose of them were. And this section is pretty much borne out by the statute. So they, if let's say a BLM or an agent drove by the land, he saw 100 head of cattle on the BLM portion of land, and he's going to assume, but for an exchange of use agreement, that that cattle was there 100% of the time, and too many for that piece of property. So if there is an exchange of use, then he could explain, well, these cattle are here only part of the time, and therefore we're not seeing that the BLM and Mr. land is being overused. So we don't have to charge under the exchange of use. The counterpoint, the opposite of that is the person won't be charged for having all those 100 cattle on the land all the time, only for part of the time. This is again descriptive of exchange of use. It's again it's repetitive a bit, but it serves a purpose for both BLM and for the owner. BLM doesn't have to worry about policing to see where the cattle are on any given moment, and they don't have to, put some kind of tracking device on their ears. I don't know what you could do. You don't have to have those drones flying over to make sure that you're not grazing on the federal land. I'm going backwards.
Dennis?
Yeah.
Could I real quick, I just want to help you. There's a caveat to this from producer P that I think we're kind of missing.
Well, I'm going to get to it. But
okay, all right. Go ahead.
All right. So, there's certain obligations in the exchange of use that apply to the land that is given to the exchange of use agreement from producer P. He has to maintain range improvements equitably, or has an equitable role in maintaining range improvements and things like that. Anyway, going back to the main issue here is, to the way I understand it, and this is BLM saying, is that, well, is there control? Under the regulation, once the owner sells to buyer B, why can't BLM let the owner, or excuse me, the producer, why can't BLM let the producer run the cattle on there and treat the fact that the producer is in fact running the cattle on this land that is now owned by buyer B as part of the AUM calculation? I mean, are you with me on that? Okay, so what, the question is, so what, buyer B isn't there, he's not doing anything with the land, Nevada has an open range statute, fence out statute, that's the whole, why not take that into consideration? And of course, it comes back to the language and regulation, which BLM is going to keep on going back on. They've responded with 2 letters to queries from Mr. DeLong, somebody on behalf of Mr. DeLong, and then a subsequent query that we got to look at a regulation which says control, which is and the rationale, the rationale for deciding what control means, like a restricted interpretation of what control means, is stated in this one case in front of the Interior Board of Land Appeals. This case did not involve an exchange of use. It involved your base, your more conventional grazing permit, where you have base land and you have perhaps a fence, perhaps a fence between that and the BLM land, and a person has preferential. The person in the same allotment has a preferential grazing right of that BLM land, and BLM will say to that person, your baseline has to still be under your control. So the same test applies from what I'm reading from the Interior Board of Land Appeals. The same test applies control. Is there control? And this Grabbert versus Schultz, which I think it came to a result that was to some extent reversed by a Ninth Circuit decision later on. Its analysis probably wasn't, and then it was analysis, and the analysis was, if you really have no tenure over the land, you don't have control, and that's one decision. So I'm not saying that's the final decision by any stretch. Here's a definition of control I found in the regs, which this one is kind of under cloud because of you may be familiar with this decision. It involved producers and environmentalists. Environmentalists came in and challenged BLM's 2006 regs, and they won. Some producers came in and tried to be heard, and they were heard, I assume, but they didn't prevail. But the definition of control means being responsible for and providing care and management of base property and/or livestock. Kind of a pretty broad definition. I mean, that's flexible. There's room to argue using that definition that, somebody who's, running their cattle on the land has some responsibility for it. You can make an argument for that. This is a group that, didn't take the previous decision at its full. It didn't give it full value because the previous decision said you had to have 50% ownership of the base property. It was a base property decision. It wasn't a stage of use decision. You have to have 50% ownership, and this one said no, you don't. This Garcia, who's she had a third in ownership. The Ninth Circuit said she was entitled to 1/3 of the preference for grazing on the BLM land by virtue of her 1/3 ownership. So she got a proportionate amount. Mrs. Garcia did. In this Gordon case, in this case, the seller had gotten. Gordon was selling his land to Grabow, but Gordon retained a pasture use agreement during the sale. Under Idaho law, when you're selling something, you don't own it anymore. You have kind of a lien. Once you have a contract for sale, you have a lien for, the sale price. But he also had a pasture, use agreement, and the court said that's sufficient control. So the court recognized that as control. There's really no great definition of control that I can see, but so there's room for arguing that. So the question is control or legal permission. What's, the traditional notion in a fenced-out jurisdiction is, this is based on, I think I cited I didn't cite it in here. There's a U.S. Supreme Court decision from 1890 that talked about implied license. The notion is, at least on federal lands, that was a federal land case, of course. The notion was everybody's been running their cattle on federal lands, nobody said anything, you have an implied license to do so. Does that mean you have control? There's no clear notice. Nevada statute, you have basically under 568-300, you can run your cattle on somebody else's land if it's in the Ranger Commons. It's not trespass. Okay, so is that control? That's you have an immunity from being held liable for trespass, but do we have control under BLM statute? Good question. So I really seriously doubt that just having a right to run your cattle on federal land by virtue of the implied license would constitute control under a court's ordinary definition. The next one was the issue raised by people at the meeting. What about a prescriptive easement? And I just wanted to lay out what that means under Nevada law. And I think it was alluded to, the terms are cited probably word for word from what they're cited in this case, Jordan v. Bailey, which is a Nevada Supreme Court case. Elements of prescriptive easement: adverse, continuous, open, and peaceable use for a 5-year period. In other words, producer P, if he continues to run his cattle on the land for 5 years after buyer B has purchased the land, does he get a prescriptive easement? And that is that's in doubt, in my opinion, because if the question is, if you're talking about the notion of implied license, that means permission. If you have permission, it's not adverse. So that would be the issue. Is it adverse to producer or buyer B? I mean, that's going to be a factual question in case by case. It might be true in some cases. You have a demonstration of adverseness. And Ramona, you had a question?
Well, I'll wait till you're done.
Okay. So that could be a question, and certainly if somebody establishes a prescriptive easement, they are, in my opinion, that's control. I mean, I'm not the court, but in my opinion, you have a good chance of succeeding in court if you are able to establish prescriptive easement. Prescriptive easement doesn't, most government agencies will not recognize a prescriptive easement. It's something you have to kind of go to court to do. I've got a prescriptive easement. Well, where's your document? Oh, I've got a judgment from the court. Yeah, you've got a prescriptive easement. So that's where I come up, because it's something that the court has to find the various elements are met. Now for the boards, well, this is the case I was referring to, the Supreme Court case. I put it out of order. Sorry about that. The ultimate question is, what role does the state of Nevada have in this regard? And that's kind of getting to the gist of it, I think. What role do you have as a board, or the department have, or the state as a whole have, in if somebody could potentially, and this is, I understand, this is a very important issue, because you've got people's livelihoods riding on it, and I wish I had a much better, clearer answer. The problem with, in my view, is if the best result for the landowner is that or not the landowner, the producer, is that he's got a prescriptive easement, that is something that it's a private party matter. Typically the state does not get involved in individual disputes, except when the state's pursuing its own interests. It doesn't pursue the interests of one party in a case vis-a-vis the other party. I put the Fowler case on here, just in that case dealt with I referred to it here because that dealt with the Attorney General's office. 1922, and it's kind of a fun story, the Attorney General in 1922 intervened in the divorce case. Okay, couple getting divorced in Nevada in 1922, before the liberal divorce laws were in effect. It probably still was a fault-based divorce system and all that. The Attorney General got involved and tried to set aside the divorce. Why? I don't know. It doesn't say. But the court said, you don't have authority to do that, AG. And I'm not saying that kind of illustrates, the state agencies, that's the Attorney General. The state Attorney General has limited authority. It's what's based on common law and statute. They didn't find that. They now analyzed the law. That doesn't apply here, but it just, in the strictest sense, it just illustrates that it's a matter where, I use it to basically illustrate that the state does not get involved in individual disputes. Typically, it could be a matter of the state advocating for a more open system than the control-based system that we have in place under the BLM regulation. That could be something but that's more of a political matter. It's not a legal issue of a legal dispute, in my opinion. And I think I've covered what I wanted to cover, but I'm
going to give a quick update, and then you guys, and then maybe you know more than I do. But I got a call from Mike Strimler yesterday, and he seemed fairly positive in that things were heading in the right direction, because they had actually gotten the BLM district to recognize that somehow, based on something, the state definition of control took priority, and that suggested through the fence out rule and some other things that they would have access to gain credit for those private grounds that were owned by someone else but was controlled by the livestock producer that was out doing it. Well, it's not a done, but it wasn't a done deal, but it was, I guess, headed. Is that what you're hearing?
Got their full.
Well, if it's working, it's working. I can try to analyze the law as best as I can, but if you get a result that's what they want, I'm not gonna argue with that.
Right, no, exactly.
Here's, Ramona, before you talk, here's the question that a lot of us that have permits in areas that have urbanization need to know the answer from this office, because we're gonna get more requests if we don't. And what Tim DeLong was asking, not only does he have the issue of trying to gain control of the properties that he doesn't anymore, but the big thing he said was, I just want the state to enforce their own law, and their own law of fence out. So if it didn't come out in the tapes, Dennis, what I was hoping is we could tell these producers who enforces the fence out law, and send him a letter and tell him to go to the next level. Is it us? Because if he's seeing it as a state law, because that is the biggest issue we all have running out there, is who enforces the fence out? Who tells the property owner, you've got to keep the cattle out? Because that was his dual problem. First of all, have an ownership of people that live far away, but secondly, even the ones that did live there, his cattle were commingling with theirs, and no telling what their bulls were. So
he's trying to make sure he doesn't get charged for somebody else's cattle because they're running with his on the.
I need to interject.
Interject.
I've got one of these allotments. I've got a third interest in one of these on this same railroad grant land. So, and I've done the title research on this particular allotment. And so I'm familiar with the predecessors and interests and this applies to the whole strip of railroad grant land in the state of Nevada. Buford B. House was a predecessor and interest on that land, on the railroad grant. Through Charles Crocker. And the reason there are even adjudicated grazing allotments on any railroad land whatsoever in Nevada is because those ranchers historically had those the water rights, the vested water rights, and the range prior to the grant of railroad land to the railroads. So they are a predecessor and interest to the railroads, and that railroad patent comes subject to pre-existing rights. And so then the BLM had no choice in the adjudication, or it would have been just normal, and this has been lost in history, including among the ranchers. We don't understand it ourselves. But the long and short of it is these ranchers on the whole strip of land on the railroad strip land have vested water rights attached to those lands, railroad lands and BLM managed lands, that they have, and that any subsequent sale of those lands to subsequent property owners, whether they're in China or here, is irrelevant. They still have an underlying right to the water and the forage. And so that's where
it's different there because you're talking about somebody has an easement.
It's not even a fence out issue.
So for that, if you have an easement, I mean, I was looking through chapter 568, and one of the provisions is if you had your land for 5 years before 1931, you're in. Right. And I don't know how much that applies to, but so obviously successors to that. So there are different bases for claiming rights to land, and the only issue here we were talking about is under BLM regs. If you're in the BLM world and you don't have, if you're dependent on a BLM permit, you're dependent on a BLM ruling that you have your rights, or you got to take them to court. But the issue of I guess I didn't get that from reviewing the video is other people fencing out. Well, the way it's if I'm not sure if I have that clear, that if in mind, but if you're if you don't have to fence your, and if you don't fence your land, somebody damages your cultivated crops or whatever, you're out of luck. You can't sue them for trespass under Nevada law. There's a specific provision on that. I don't, structural buildings, I suppose, I don't know if that would apply to them as well, but structures, buildings, etc. But as your question, Chairman, on who enforces the fence out provision is kind of self-enforcing, isn't it? I mean, Or am I getting your question?
No, it's actually, it's state enforced and our enforcement officers have to actually go out and evaluate a fence and determine if it meets the.
I understand that, and also if somebody destroys a fence, they're liable for it and all that, so but I mean, in terms of, nobody's required to get a fence. I mean, you're saying people are required to get a fence?
No, not unless you wanna keep cattle
Well,
out.
if you wanna keep people, keep livestock out of your property, and have a cause of action for trespass if they break through your fence, and then you build a fence.
And what's the update?
Well,
Am I
they're-
close or?
They're fine. I think this is and it shouldn't be an individual, we should not ever, as a board, come in trying to make individual policy. However, as a general policy, we might be able to frame a letter to the BLM explaining the position of the state and the state's authority, whatever it may be. And maybe outlining a little bit of this business of the predecessors and interests, because that's where these BLM allotments were all adjudicated with that, with the railroad land incorporated, the checkerboard land incorporated into those grazing preferences. They cannot, the BLM is not in a position to tamper with those preferences. And that's what came out in our
Would
case.
that also, because that covers a large swath of land, obviously.
It's huge.
Yeah,
It's
so
huge.
wouldn't that also be something we would address in the resource management plan?
Yeah,
okay.
and it might be something that I think we should table until we're more equipped to really address the question, but, the issue is the pre-existing rights, not the fence out. In fact, there's even a question whether they can fence you out. Some ranchers never tested that, but I would argue there's a question there as to whether they can even be fenced out, or whether, a subsequent owner that buys 40 acres from Nevada Land and Resources didn't buy land with a cloud on the title, because they certainly had a cloud on the vested water rights. But the ranchers, by and large, haven't been diligent about doing their title work, so who knows?
Well, Ramona, and I'm not asking you this question to try to think that I know more than you, but I'm not at all. Did you get a chance to talk to Tim?
I did, and I got the same answer.
Well, all this stuff we've talked about, I think Tim has a complete control. He
Oh,
knows.
absolutely.
He knows where he's at. Everything he said to us, Dennis, today, Tim knows his rights.
So he has control that,
And he's
But-
doing
based
his
on a
title work.
railroad, based on the terms of the railroad grant.
Yeah.
Right,
But
but
that would be, I'm sorry.
there's a reality that Tim's trying to find out who enforces. And that is new people are getting on this land, bringing their own cattle, and they're mixing longhorn bulls and his cows are commingling, and he wants to know who's gonna tell them to fence their land that they bought, because they're not. And they're running into his areas where he's running. And all I wanted to get this past us is a letter to Tim telling, is it the county, Pershing County, that enforces the fence? Is it the state of Nevada that's gonna do it? And I think that's the answer.
It's almost the other direction though, isn't it? Because you're not required to fence in, but he would be in trespass on, or they would be in trespass on federal ground if those cattle left that private ground that was not fenced in, correct?
I think that's the Grazing Act, is you have
Right.
to have a permit to graze on.
Which would be under BLM's enforcement, working with the permittee, no?
What? I missed that.
So in other words, if you got a private, so if you got a private chunk of ground in there that Joe Blow sold to Tim Blow in the east, and he brought in Longhorn cattle and turned them loose there, there's nothing that forces him to fence them in, except for his liability of being a trespass on a neighboring federal ground that has a permittee. So who would be responsible to enforce that they're in trespass on that permittee? It would have to be BLM, because that's what they're doing in other cases, aren't they?
Well, there's a case out there, there was an interesting case that involved people you probably know about, the Dans, and then this other owner sued BLM because BLM was allowing the Dans cattle to run on his land. And BLM won because they said, well, we don't have a responsibility for keeping the Dans cattle, even though the Dans were, under, the Shoshone tribe had lost their allotments outside the reservation. And BLM should have been, it was their duty to enforce the law. There was no liability to the other party for the Dan's incursions on their land. So, but that was on private land. So when you're talking about BLM has a responsibility for enforcing its own, well, I mean, it's the same thing. But I think what you're looking at is if BLM doesn't enforce its law, how do you get it to enforce the law? Can you sue them? And that case seems to say no, in my opinion. But it could be a different set of facts, might work differently though.
Yes.
In answer to that question, we were sued for trespass, remember, in our case? And that all of the trespass ended up being under state law. They had to, anytime Wayne was ultimately assessed $176 of trespass fines for areas outside of our forage right. And of course, we were testing that whole concept, but it was ruled that it was state law that it's the rules of decision is a state law issue, so it'd be the state that's in charge of trespass. The Dan case was a case where that wasn't ever brought up. But anyway, it's state law.
I think in a way we might be talking about two different things. We're talking about the fence out law as by itself.
It's the police power, it's a function of the state.
I realize that, but I'm saying, take it away from, being fencing out railroad land. Let's put out any other piece of property. If, it was passed in order to tell a property owner, if you don't want someone else's neighboring cows off an allotment to come in, you have to fence them out. I don't know if it goes the other way to say that you have to put a fence in and keep them in.
Yeah, I don't think it does.
Yeah, but if your cows wander onto somebody else's allotment,
it's a trespass.
Then you can seize them and, do it.
Who can seize them?
The private property owner.
But what if the private property owner is the federal government?
No, we had Gary Sears cattle in on top of us. Theoretically, we could have gone in, we didn't because we were in the middle of litigation, we were letting it get ironed out there. But we could have gathered his cattle and done an adjuster's lien on them, basically, a feed lien. But we had the authority to do that. It's irrelevant. It's really irrelevant. Trespass and fence out laws are state police powers. They're a function of the state. The federal government does not have that authority. Now, they use it, and they have their own little trespass regs, but that's what we argued about in our case, is that it's the rules of decision. It's a function of state law. And so, anyway, we're getting into the weeds a little bit on this issue, but I think what we should probably do if we want to address the railroad lands and this exchange of use issue is perhaps draft a letter carefully, if we want to. I'm not saying we should necessarily, but if we want to be involved, then we should probably draft a letter very carefully and iron out all these issues outside the mashing around at the meeting.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, my 2 cents worth would be that we address the issue in our resource management plan, and then at a later date, if it comes up again, because at that point, you're going to be on the record with it as a whole.
Right.
And then, at that point, if it comes up again, then you can write a letter saying, we want to make you aware of our resource management plan, section blah, 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 referencing.
Right.
That makes most sense.
Yeah.
Ramona Morrison's the record. I tend to agree. And it might simplify it for the department if it ever comes up and you guys have to deal with it.
And to be clear, Jim, you just alluded to a little while ago, and I know you may think it's irrelevant, and it may be, but do you really feel the Department of Ag, our enforcement officers, enforce fence out in a particular county?
On an individual call out, rather, relative to liability. Well, let me put it this way. I know relative to the feral or stray horses in this area, we have been heavily engaged in enforcing that relative to liability and damage, which is what the fence out law is mainly focused on. Who carries the threshold of responsibility for damages. And so in that case, our officers have gone out, investigated fences to determine if they're legal fences.
Okay.
Of strength.
Okay, so that answers my question. If it's an actual enforcement of making somebody put up a fence to keep cattle out,
No.
then that falls into the counties based
Yeah,
on
we
how they
don't make
enforce all
people
other
put
state
up,
law.
we don't make them put up fence, we basically check if they're saying we had a fence, because they have to, if they call and say these critters are in our front yard and they're destroying my sprinkler system, our response is, well, unless it's a public safety issue, the burden is on you to fence them out. If it's public safety, that's a whole nother to-do, you won't pick up the horses. If they say, well, I have a fence and these horses or these livestock came in and they damaged my sprinkler system, then we actually go out, look at the fence, determine if it meets the regulatory description of a fence, which is defined, and we write that up in a report, and I believe then they can use that in their civil claims action. I don't know if that answered what you were saying.
No, it does.
Okay.
It does.
But the responsibility is on the private landowner to fence out with a legal fence livestock.
Okay, we're gonna move on, we're gonna cover this under the plan. Tim DeLong made a valid request to this agency. We told him we would come back to it. And I think the minimum we should do is give him a letter and explain it to him that this issue as a whole, not him personally, will be addressed in our resource management plan for the entire state to come in the future. And I may be wrong if you want to call Tim, but I think in that letter we all should say, we all should tell him if he requests relief on a fence out issue, we need to tell him where to go. If he needs to go to Pershing County Commissioners, or what have you, we need to let him know that, because I remember those were his two issues.
Yep.
He basically said, I just want the state law enforced, was his big question to me. So where does he go to get that enforced?
Okay.
Okay?
We'll do a follow-up correspondence.
All right. Anything else on this item? Okay, we're gonna go ahead and move on to item 10, board member presentations. This is Ramona Morrison, your presentation on the N6 grazing board, Hank Filippini state bar issue.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I'm gonna just, right off the bat, table this motion until the next meeting. Dennis and I had a conversation about about this as to whether or not, we needed to perhaps notify the judge in this case, to have this be an action item. So I appreciated bringing that to my attention, and I agree. And, so I'd like to table it. Just by way of update, presently they've got a $1.6 million judgment as a result of this case that was from right out of the box. Basically, an attorney that was representing them had a meltdown of sorts and never filed anything in the case, and they had a default judgment against them. But the findings of the court found that it was the custom of Nevada ranchers to put reflector lights on their cattle. Basically to tuck our cows into bed at night. We didn't have, it was the custom of Nevada ranchers based on just the way the case was pled by the opposition, and it was admitted as fact before the court because Lane's attorney didn't deny it. That it was the custom of Nevada ranchers to be with their cattle at all times, and so on and so forth. And a couple other things like that. But anyway, the long and short of it was this Lane's just received, upon some personal investigation with the local police department, finally got the police report, and they found out this guy was had a DUI and was speeding when the accident occurred. So they may be able to get they may be able to challenge it based on a default or on a what would be the word, Dennis?
Might move for a new trial or
New
something
trial,
like that?
yeah. But they've been clear up to the Supreme Court with it. We'll see what happens. But it's a terrible case. It's terrible. It's not precedential, but it's a terrible case to be laying around out there that says that we put reflector lights on our cattle and tuck them into bed at night.
Ramona, and I'm going to make this statement based on the fact that we're not talking about the personal attorney in this case.
Or the judge.
Well, okay, anybody in particular. The reason we're tabling this, when it comes back, is that where we want to go?
Well,
or do we want to go ahead and address this again under our management plan, that the practices that you have mentioned above
are not the practices that the state of Nevada agrees with, like the reflective ear tags. But is that where this board wants to go, is to go, in other words, are we gonna do something personal for one individual in a particular case?
I don't think we should, first of all, we can't do anything for one individual, but as a general, what we have here is a judge who made a ruling ignoring Nevada law. He could have easily taken judicial notice and should have taken judicial notice of Nevada's open range law. He's in Nye County, he drives, everywhere he goes is a sign with a cow on it. And so he did two things in this case. He ignored Nevada law to come up with this ruling. And secondly, he had an attorney having a meltdown in his own courtroom, obviously not replying to anything, which is, you live and die by deadlines as an attorney. And this guy wasn't replying to anything. He was not showing up to court, and the judge in this case never notified the bar. So the client, who was basically, when they're under their retainer agreement with the attorney, they're the ward of the court. They have no power. And so I think as a greater issue for the state, is this agency may be concerned, that we may be concerned about as a state, is that we have a judge who completely ignored Nevada law, and we're concerned about this kind of a decision coming down in the future or even now, wherein where they just completely ignored Nevada law when they're having a meltdown in their very own courtroom. I think that's problematic. I think we need to hold our public officials accountable, and to the extent that we can, when there's this egregious or this injustice that is just so egregious on so many levels, I think we need to call them out a little bit. And if we can, I think it might be worth our time. If not, we'll table it.
But as a board, where do we go with it? I mean, that's where I wasn't sure what we should be doing as well.
We could ask as a board, theoretically, to send a letter to the Nevada State Bar asking for disciplinary action with this particular judge for his failure to...
But that's the thing we're trying to avoid here today.
Right, we can't today because it's not on because I've asked it to be tabled.
Well, we can't because that individual hasn't been properly noticed, so we
Right.
can't say these things we're saying.
Okay.
And that's what Dennis told me earlier, why we're not gonna talk about it.
Yeah.
But that was the question you're asking to come back next time. I'm trying to get a feeling from the board. Do we want to go after individual attorneys and judges? I mean, Ramon, in our county, we're having them go the other direction, more towards the cattlemen's favor. So.
No. Listen, a judge we can't micromanage judges, but when you have an egregious meltdown in a courtroom and the judge himself fails to I know this guy has a history in my county, and gross injustice, and that we, the industry, will probably have to live with, because they're going to be trotting out this case in the future. That's what we're trying to figure out. It's a default judgment, and we're going to be living with it. And so that's my concern for the future. When you have this kind of a miscarriage of justice by people who have complete control of your life, if you have a retainer agreement and you're in a courtroom, and you have everything that's supposed to protect justice fall apart, which is what happened in this case, then I don't think I think it's better not to ignore those things if we can do so properly. But I put it out to the board. It's not my decision.
Well, I just reiterate
We're
again.
gonna be living with this.
I know, and if we know the process in our country. If we have, and these are case-by-case situations, if we have a problem with ours, then there's another level to go to get it rectified. What I'm trying to find out, Ramona, is where should the State Board of Agriculture intervene in this, and at what point? And that's what I'm trying, when this thing comes back, is that where we want to go? Or do we want to try to send out a blanket message throughout the state that in our plan, we don't prescribe to reflective ear tags, or if this is put in the plan, but for the board to go through a process of going after a judge, I don't know if that's where we want to go.
I know you may be uncomfortable with that, but listen, when you're on the receiving end of the gross injustice, it's a little different. And the problem is, and everybody may be uncomfortable with it, that's fine, and I would defer to the board. But at some point, we have to live with these folks. They have lifetime appointments.
No, and Ramona, I'm not uncomfortable. If it was me,
Yeah.
I'd go after that judge personally.
Yeah.
I would,
And
but
the
that's what I'm
Essex
getting at.
District has already done it.
Okay,
Yeah.
and that's what I'm getting at. I'm not uncomfortable. What I'm uncomfortable is putting the board out in an area that shouldn't belong. That's the only thing.
I agree, and so I defer to the board.
Okay.
So it's tabled.
It's tabled.
Do we
All
need
right.
a second?
Huh?
Do we need to do a second on a table?
It's just tabled.
Okay.
It's tabled.
Okay.
We'll just table it and
Okay.
ponder our thoughts.
We'll think on it.
Yeah, we'll think on it. Okay, any other questions? That item's taken off. Director's evaluation. All right. Pass this down, yeah. This is where the metal meets the pavement. Rubber. The meat meets the asphalt. Sorry,
There you go.
the pundit for the last item.
Hey, Davey?
The pundit.
This may not be your time, I can do it at the end, but I did forget one part of my update. So if you guys want to go ahead and do that, then it'll only take just 2 minutes.
Under public input?
Yeah.
Is that okay? Public comment? Okay, thank you. Okay, board members, very briefly, at the December board meeting of agriculture, the December Board of Agriculture meeting in Las Vegas, we discussed the process of Director Barbie's evaluation as it pertained to the grading and final determination. It was discussed that I, as the board chairman, would review the evaluations and report back to the full board the final and recommended disposition of said evaluation. The evaluation form was provided to all board members by the executive assistant via email with the instructions to return the responses to me. These evaluations had a grading format of grade 1 through 9, 9 being the highest score and 10 for not observed. Plus, it had a comment section at the bottom. I received 5 evaluation responses. None of the responding board members gave any 10s, and all respondents graded Director Barbie at 8 or higher, with the exception of one respondent who graded a 7 in the category of human relations. This particular grade 7 had no comments related to it at the bottom, so I determined that the 7 was well above average in the overall picture. In conclusion, I have determined that the overall board member evaluation of Director Barbie should be set at well above average, and based on the comments that were provided by the responding board members, I respectfully request the comments of excellent and has risen above and outperformed the expectations provided by the job description, and this to be placed in Director Barbie's personnel file, and I give this to you in the form of a motion.
Second it?
Motion's been made and seconded. Who would like to take the motion?
I will.
I'll give it to Alan. He's been very quiet, Charlie. Mr. Perazzo has the motion. Mrs. Morrison has the second. Any discussion? Ramona seconded it, Charlie.
Okay, Dave. I would like to make a comment.
Yes, go ahead.
I've seen a remarkable improvement here. And I just discussed this with Jim during lunch, but I think he has an excellent staff who helps him achieve these kind of goals and has helped the Department of Agriculture. He couldn't have done it alone, and he's put good, qualified people in specific positions and really has enabled him to accomplish a lot of things quickly. And I appreciate that, Jim. Thank you.
I heard you.
That's my second.
I heard you tell him that he's only as good as the people underneath him.
Yes.
And I have noticed, and this isn't anything negative, it's a positive, that when somebody doesn't fit in a particular position, changes are made to make a person go into that spot that fits. And I think that's really worked out well, so.
Thank you all.
Any more discussion? All of those in favor of this motion signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. Any abstentions? The motion carries unanimous. Public comment. Flint?
Just quickly, I forgot something in my update. We are hosting the 2014 ILIA conference. For those of you who don't know what that is International Livestock Inspectors Association. We will have brand inspectors here from all the western states, including Canada and Mexico. We will be holding it at the Mont Bleu Casino and Resort, July 13th through the 16th. We have kind of a tentative schedule. I will tell you right now that NCBA Chair Paul McCann will be here and he will speak at the banquet. Director Barkby will also be speaking. All of you here at the board will be invited. You're welcome to come attend, and that's pretty much it. If you have any other questions about it, please just go ahead. Say it again.
The date of it?
July 13th through the 16th, and it will be in Lake Tahoe. And all of you are welcome to attend. If you want any information about it whatsoever, please don't hesitate to ask. So, that's all I have. What's that?
That's an odd place for all the brand inspectors around to gather, isn't
Yeah.
it?
In July.
Okay. Mr. Barbie has public comment.
I was asked to read into the record from Paul Tamara and Mike Strimler information that they wanted to share, make you aware of, that was arrived or happened too late to appear on the agenda as they contacted us yesterday. It says, prior to our meeting with all permittees on the 20th, Pete, Lynn, and Dan Tamara met Adam Cochran, our range con, on the 19th, to work out a plan of use for our allotment. During this meeting, a plan to move our turnout date back 2 weeks, turn fewer cattle out than were permitted to run, and to remove cattle from the allotment earlier in the fall was settled on. Also included was a plan to allow us to lease some pasture from Hank Filippini and Sean Marilich. This agreement was reached at about 4 p.m. By 5:30 that same evening, Adam called the ranch to inform us that Doug Furtado, Battle Mountain District Manager, had denied the plan. His reasons being that he had evaluated all data which had been available since last fall and made a decision not to allow any cattle on the hill at any time this year. Also, sometime during the afternoon of the 19th, our State Assemblyman Ira Hansen called to talk to Doug Furtado, requesting a time of the permittee meeting on the 20th. He was informed there was no meeting scheduled for that day. Mr. Hansen had to call Pico Cachia to learn the correct time of the meeting. On the 20th, all permittees of the Argentina allotment met with the BLM to discuss what would be allowed to do in the allotment that year. Megan Brown with Congressman Amadei's office and Ira Hansen were also in attendance. We, the Tamaros, had or will be able to use the Mule Canyon allotment, 600 head for 3 months of our winter range, 500 head for the 3 months. We have an AUM to run 2,500 head for 8 months. We are not able to lease any pasture from Sean Marilich this year. He is attempting to locate pasture elsewhere. Dan Filippini was told he could turn a small amount of cows on the flat after November 1st, provided there was sufficient snow to keep the cattle off the mountain. Ellison Ranching has made plans to run their sheep elsewhere this year. We were told we could use our private ground on the flat, provided we fence it or erode the flat to keep the cattle off the mountains, as they would be trespassed if they were to end up in the hills. As the largest permittee in this allotment, we are taking approximately an 85% cut in our AUMs. With other cuts and non-use of the allotment, we will be taking at least a 90% cut in use. It was stated that 2 to 3% of the allotment is considered riparian area. It had been stated that the uplands were considered to be good to excellent condition, and that decisions were being made based on riparian area health. When asked why the other districts were not implementing the drought management plan as the Battle Mountain District was, Doug Furtado responded, because the other district managers were not as qualified to make decisions on how to run their allotments as because his background as a range con. He felt the other district managers were acting criminally. When told that 85% cut could force most of the ranchers out of business, the BLM responded that was not their intentions. It was pointed out that would be the indirect result. Several days later, we participated in a forage availability tour with BLM. 3 teams went out. We went out with the team up Hilltop Canyon and Indian Creek. BLM hydrologist who has been in the Battle Mountain only a short time was unaware that Hilltop Canyon had burned in 1999 and had sufficient watershed that fall for thunderstorms. He stated that the area had recuperated surprisingly well considering it had been burned. As no cattle were allowed in the Hilltop Canyon Indian Creek area at all in 2013, it was determined the area was in good condition. In Ferris Creek, the BLM weed specialist discussed the weed spraying set to begin in the spring and planned rehabilitation of the area. Also, hydrologists discussed other alternatives besides cattle removal, spreader dams, and gabion-type structures that could be used to improve riparian health in the area. A 3-section rotation grazing plan was also discussed at length. We have discussed this plan in the past, but because of the high turnover rate in the range cons, the Battle Mountain District, nothing has ever been followed up on with that plan. If you have any questions, please contact me. Call tomorrow, 775-635-9741.
Okay.
I'm just making public comment for them.
Flint is here as well. Do we have anybody appointed under 561, the statute that Dennis just brought up? At this point, or is that the position that you're trying to fill, or possibly?
More, yes.
Okay.
Do
we have anybody attending grazing board meetings out of curiosity?
The only one associated with the agency would be Mark Jensen through Wildlife Services.
And why?
He's the one that's gone previously.
But he has two.
No, I understand that that's where someone that we meet with regularly is telling us what he's hearing in the grazing board meetings.
Well, I can tell you about Mr. Furtado. You know, we had a chain of command. He's part of our chain of command in all of our stuff. The only reason he escaped contempt is because he didn't sign his name to anything. And he's very sly, very crafty, and we're in good shape in our situation. We've got a court order, but he's going after every rancher in the N6 grazing district. This thing's going to blow up. And so I think this whole effort with regard to a plan and with regard to bringing somebody on board to maybe address these issues is completely appropriate. But it might be worth sending somebody to those meetings because I think this thing's going to blow up.
Okay. We'll try to see what we can do. We're just getting tough on staffing now.
Yeah, I understand that. But
no, I
we
hear
get
you.
every other meeting.
If I make one more comment about N6, at the same time, the agency that was responsible for these closures, the BLM, is also criminal in their, and that's within Mr. Furtado's district, criminal in their neglect of management of horses.
Mm-hmm.
And the impact that those horses have on those same rangelands. And for, to take those drastic actions against producers or permittees and ignore their responsibility on wild horse management because they say they really can't do anything about it is their excuse. That in itself is criminal. And I think that really needs to be addressed. And that probably will come from the private sector, but the point being, there's a problem there that they can remove all the cattle and still have deplorable riparian area conditions.
And they're telling us, some of those guys at Ink Tamaris, that they have to pump water for those horses. Their water. Anyway.
No removal plans this year.
Yeah. So this is
Chairman Sticks?
No
Yes.
removal plans this
As
year.
far as public comment, I guess I feel I should give a little update on the milk powder plant in Fallon. They're gonna start receiving milk, they say, March 31st. If you haven't been by there lately, I mean, it's all housed in from when we were there, 6 months ago or whatever, when we were in Fallon. It's coming along and moving along. They are running water through certain portions of the facility right now. Just getting things up and running, so. Anyway.
Good, thank you, Alan.
Thumbs up. Yeah.
Great, looking forward to that. next meeting date.
Excuse me, Director Sticks, this is Damon Hernandez in Las Vegas. We have a member of the public down here who'd like to address the board in the public, as a public comment.
Thank you, David. Go ahead, Mr. Bundy, go ahead while we're looking at our calendars.
I'm happy to be able to meet with fellow agriculture people today. For most of the day here listening to you. I will make it very short. I want to report though that we've had a good rain down here. The grass is green and growing, so things are looking good. I want to inform you that I have two judgments against me from the United States District Court here in Las Vegas on trespass, and that within probably 30 days, my sheriff has informed me, the Clark County Sheriff Gillespie has informed me that the BLM will probably seize my cattle. He also informed me that the Department of Agriculture was going to cooperate with them. I want to tell you that I feel like I haven't had my due process in a proper court of competent jurisdiction. Under the United States District Court, Senior Judge Lloyd George, he ruled that the sovereignty of the state of Nevada basically didn't exist. He ruled that I had no rights, no forage rights, no water rights, no access rights, no range improvement rights, and I had no other rights of the public of Clark County. That is a ruling. I have a question for the board. Have you created an MOU with the Department of Interior to brand, inspect, and gather my cattle? I have not heard one word from the Department of Agriculture, Brand Department, no discussion or no questions to me. So anyway, I asked that question. You don't have to answer that today. The one other thing that I want to bring forth to you is in April 6th of 2012, I served on each of your board and your director emergency constructive notice and demand for protection. I feel you people have forced an oath to protect my life, liberty, and property, and I expect that. I will update this constructive notice when I know some more facts. I thank you this day and wish you good luck.
Thank you, Mr. Bundy. Any other public comment? Okay. I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
Meeting date.
Oh, meeting date. The 3rd of June or the 10th of June? Not the 10th? No. Is the 3rd okay?
We'll make it work.
You sure? It doesn't have to be Tuesday. Brian, did you have a conflict?
Oh, no, 3rd is good. 3rd, 4th. 3rd of June.
Paul? The 4th would be better? How about Wednesday the 4th? Okay, there it is. Wednesday the 4th of June will be our next board meeting. No other public comment? Entertain a motion to adjourn? Now nobody wants it. Everybody wanted the last motion.
I'll entertain it. Do we have a location for that next meeting?
Oh, I guess we start, going back to Elko? Or
I was gonna say that we're do a cycle here, and then maybe in another year we'll do.
I don't know, and actually, that's something we should ask our finance guy probably.
Okay, well, we budgeted for 2 meetings here, through the end of this year, so,
So we need to make this one here, and then after that, we can look at.
Right, then we can cycle through, we can build it again, and however you guys wanna do it, we can build it in 2015.
But right now, the short term, we're budgeted to here.
Yeah.
Okay.
So the next meeting should be here?
Should be here.
Okay, so it's here the 4th of June. Okay? Sounds good. All right. Alan, you did that motion to adjourn?
I sure did.
Where's the second at? Second. Mr. Snyder did the second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. We're adjourned.
You abstained.